Right, time for another Heidegger video. This time I managed to do it in the morning, so hopefully I'll be less tired and not yawning as much. And I drank a bunch of coffee, so I'm a little bit hopeful that my brain will work slightly better. So, also I look a little bit silly with this tank top, but I can say that it's part of Heidegger's authenticity, right? It's hot, so this is more comfortable, and I don't care about the standards of the day of what's a professional philosophy YouTube video or whatever this is. So, let's begin. Start of passage. The well-known Heidegger public speeches played not an insignificant role in giving the Nazis cultural prestige. The most notorious and most interesting of his speeches as a rector is the rectoral address he gave upon assuming office. It is titled The Self-Assertion of the German University. But Heidegger's critics called it the self-decapitation of the German university. For here, he makes it very clear that he wants the university to participate in the new nationalist social order, and he condemns academic freedom as arbitrariness and lack of restraint. However, he is very vague about specific policies and concentrates on the deeper significance of the revolution, rather than on its concrete effects. For Heidegger, it is essential that the university's quest for knowledge be grounded in and unified by the confrontation with being that is part of the German destiny, the historical spiritual mission of the German folk as folk that knows itself in its state. In order to fulfill their mission, students will now be bound to labor service, military service, and knowledge service. And if Germany fails to fulfill its destiny, Heidegger paints a dark scenario in which the spiritual strength of the West fails, and the West starts to come apart at the seams. These moribunds, pseudo-civilization collapses into itself, pulling all forces into confusion and allowing them to suffocate in madness. The rectoral address frames the revolution not in the favored Nazi terms of race and domination, but in Heidegger's history of being. According to his own reports, his speech was criticized by a government minister for its private National Socialism. For the duration of the Third Reich, he was to be viewed with suspicion by elements of the regime that did not trust his particular version of Nazism. Among other documents of the time, several are noted for supporting Hitler's proposal to withdraw from the League of Nations. Heidegger presents this not as an act of aggression, but as a step towards a true community of nations that will, quote, stand by one another in an open and manly fashion, end quote. If he believed this, his statement shows a good amount of naivety, but it also provides an intriguing glimpse of a Heideggerian ideal of international relations. End of passage. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot here. I would say probably the biggest thing to focus on is obviously this danger of how do I put this? Maybe let's try it like this. There's clearly something wrong with modernity. And I believe that there's clearly something that we need to recover from the past. When I say this, obviously with all the connotations of the interplay between preservation and innovation that I've mentioned previously, everything about that in regards to tradition. But there's clearly a forgetfulness of being that Heidegger was pointing at that can be conceived very widely, right? Like we don't have to be Heideggerians to know that, right? But at the very least, if we contrast his notion of paying attention to being and making being the central question against an inframed worldview, clearly that's sort of undeniable to some degree, right? We might argue the specifics, we might not like how he puts it, we might not like how he uses it. That's all fine, right? But this diagnosis, I think, is very spot on and very difficult to argue unless you're just, really coming at it from this ideological perspective that for some reason makes it incompatible with us, right? Which I think is very rare. Like I can picture tons of worldviews, tons of philosophies that are very far away from Heidegger, um, either very right wing or very left wing, and they can all agree on this fundamental diagnosis because it's so basic and so obvious, in my opinion. Obviously, what to do about it, how to articulate it, like the specific details, then obviously that matters a lot. But either way, the diagnosis is there, and I think one learning from this is to be cautious about how we frame solutions to that diagnosis. And I think, and now it's a little bit easier for us to say what's a good path versus an off path because we're already seeing World War II develop. But for people that were living in that time, the appeal and maybe the promise of this nationalist, identity-based, kind of regional base, we can even think of it, I think was more reasonable at the time. Not to say that it's justified, not to say that Heidegger and many others shouldn't have thought how dangerous and how evil this can turn out to be. Although not even turn out to be in its consequences, because I think that's already being a little bit too favorable to Heidegger. Like even in the very acceptance, there's already a moral degradation. So all of that is true. So obviously Heidegger has full blame here, and many other people like Heidegger. But I still think it's important to also try to have a perspective where back then, because for example, Heidegger was a massive influence in articulating this diagnosis, right? And so back then, this diagnosis was a lot harder to fully comprehend, fully appreciate, right? And so because things were, this is my argument. Like I'm not saying, or not even my argument. I'm just talking out loud through this. So like maybe I won't speak as careful as I should. But what I'm trying to say is that back then, all these things, like all this interpretation of philosophical history, where philosophy went wrong, all these things, and then also like modern society, industrialization, kind of like capitalism getting deeper and deeper and sedimented more, and then all the cultural shifts, right? So like at the time, it was very different than our time, right? This was like 100 years ago, more or less. And so there was, yeah. So I think that made people a little bit more naive about what to do about it and how to think about it. So that's one perspective, which I'm not trying to how do I say this? I'm not trying to defend Heidegger, while I'm also not trying to prevent any kinds of how do I say this? I'm just trying to put things into context, basically, where he has full moral blame. And when I speak about Heidegger in this context, I usually mean Heidegger and everyone else like Heidegger that did similar things, while at the same time, kind of accepting that it was a different time, different circumstances, right? Those two things are not incompatible. And so, but I think this is a good warning for philosophy in general, right? Like even outside Heidegger, if you make this grand statement about the development of history and maybe history being misdirected and that we need to correct its course, how you correct it, aligning that with politics, I think is very dangerous. The problem is that it's also very dangerous to not involve politics at all, right? Because a lot of people might also, I see this a lot in kind of, because I'm very interested in religion, I also see the opposite danger in this religious framework where, in a kind of religious culture where it's like, oh, the, kind of the way to fix society, let's say, has to be purely spiritual, right? As if politics didn't matter at all, right? And what often that means is that it means that nothing will be done, and this hyper-capitalist, hyper-consumerist society will keep marching forward. This hyper-technologization of the entire world will just keep going, right? So it just gets bigger and faster and more powerful, more concentrated. Just everything gets increasingly worse, and every time that it gets worse, it's harder to revert, right? So it's kind of like we're marching towards this pit that we can't get out of it, and we're always thinking, oh, but if we just kind of change the culture, change how people think, change their alignment, everything will be solved, right? It's kind of like, well, maybe that's naive and really dangerous. And to some degree, I fall into that trap as well, because a lot of what I'm trying to do with my work is precisely to kind of awaken people to these sorts of issues, and then hope also that the world gets better through people awakening to this perspective, right? And I think that's true, and I think that has a large role. But we also can't deny politics. And I don't talk about politics very much. But the only reason why I don't talk about politics as much is because I'm a philosopher. Like, I'm not a proper philosopher. I'm a shit philosopher, but in the sense that I am doing philosophy, and this is what I read about. This is what I try to learn about, and so I feel more comfortable talking about it because this is my life. But I don't know shit about politics, right? So I think it's important. But the reason why I don't talk about it is because I don't know what to do, right? And so there's other people doing the politics part, right? And I hope that they know what they're doing, right? But like I can't be no one can even attempt to be an expert at everything, right? So I'm specializing in what I think is the best thing that I can offer to the world to move it in a more positive direction. The important thing is for me not to say, oh, politics don't matter, and also for the people involved in politics to say, oh, philosophy and you know spirituality, even though that's just a stupid word to use in this case, but this everything that we've talked about, like spirituality within the context of everything that I lay out in this series, in my work, right? They also can say that doesn't matter, right? It has to be both, and ideally in a dialogue as well. So that was a huge tangent, but just some thoughts about this whole, because at the same time this is kind of central to Heidegger, right? Like we can't also dismiss this political element, because the political element was unavoidably tied to the philosophical problem that he was trying to solve, right? Like his philosophical problem was very, very, very abstract. Right? It's one of the most abstract philosophies that you can get into, right? To the point where a lot of people think that he was just talking in straight nonsense, right? Like that there's no substance at all to what he was saying, right? Especially like a lot of people involved in the analytic movement in the mid 20th century, they completely rejected Heidegger. Like they said he was a complete charlatan. Not to say that he was wrong, but that he was actually speaking gibberish, right? So that there was literally nothing in his thought that was worth even considering, right? And that's such a strong, insane claim. But that's because of how abstract it is. But despite that abstractness, it still shows up in very, very concrete terms, right? Like it affects how people live their lives. It affects how history progresses, right? In some way, it is very concrete. It's very abstract precisely because there's such large patterns that just move in this like huge movements across philosophy and across history. But also the fact that they're so large is also kind of part of their impact, right? Like if something is very, very, very specific, like the event of me moving my hands, right? It's very specific, but at the same time doesn't have a lot of importance, right? And so the reason why I'm trying to bring all of this up is this notion that his political involvement and his fuck up with the involvement of the Nazi Party was an extension of his philosophical approach. Not to say, you can make that argument, and I'm not completely denying it, although I don't like to go there. I think that's a little bit too simplistic. Not to say that the philosophy inherently leads to that point, but in the sense that struggling with the philosophical problem immediately invites the political question. And the political question, and the answer to that political question can be to not involve politics. That is one of the answers to the question, but we cannot avoid the question. So Heidegger asked the question, and then he had his answer, which is what was just talked about here, right? And other things that we'll talk about as well. I think there's a fair bit of politics left in the book, if I remember correctly. So we have to take that into account. And also, and I don't think this changes much, but just as an extra context, it's also important to note that Heidegger didn't make this decision in a vacuum, in the sense of like he was just philosophizing, in his room, in his head, and it's like, oh, there's this philosophical problem. How does this show up in politics? Like he was also just responding to his environment, right? So like he saw this movement bubbling up, right? And then he had to decide what to do with it, right? And what he decided was to support it and also to leverage it for his own purposes, right? Which is again a duality, which is like we cannot equate Heidegger's support of the Nazi Party and kind of the whole Nazi direction. Wait, how did I start this? I kind of forgot which side I started from. I was going to say two sides. I'm just going to repeat from the beginning. So we can't just say that Heidegger's Nazi direction was equivalent to the actual Nazi movement, because clearly they were not. Right? He was clearly swinging it towards his own purposes, and some of them which were actually very philosophical and kind of like trying to downplay some of these ethnic, kind of perspectives on how we should frame the whole issue. So that is very important to note. But it's also important to note that they were not completely separate either, right? There was clearly some elements of Nazism, including fucked up elements that are very immoral and evil, that Heidegger was clearly willing to endorse or accept or at least play with. And those are all very dangerous and all unjustifiable. All right, that's enough for now. So that was the first passage. Now let's go to the second one. I'm on page 185, by the way, just to keep track if I need to come back to this at some point. So next passage, which is literally the next paragraph, says, while serving as a rector, Heidegger taught a seminar on the essence and concept of nature, history, and state that survives in the form of student summaries. Here, he tries to put basic concepts from his philosophy into the service of Hitler. The state is the very being of the people. So Germans who live outside the border of the German Reich are denied the opportunity to be in the fullest sense. The state can be formed by a born leader who enjoys the support of a band of guardians. A strong state and people, unified by the leader's soaring will, is the goal of education. As for those who do not belong, Heidegger makes the cutting comment that for Semitic nomads who come from deserts and devastate every place they go, quote, the nature of our German people will perhaps never be revealed at all, end quote. This omniscious remark becomes truly alarming when you juxtapose it to a passage in a contemporary lecture course. Quote, the external enemy is not even always the more dangerous one, and it can seem as if there were no enemy. Then it is a fundamental requirement to find the enemy, or even first to create the enemy, so that this standing against the enemy may happen, and so that Dasein may not lose its edge. The enemy can have attached itself to the innermost roots of the Dasein of a people, and can set it against this people's own essence and act against it. Then the task is to prepare the attack looking far ahead with the goal of total annihilation. End quote. These are passages that Heideggerians would prefer to ignore or explain away. But when one considers the context, they show that Heidegger had his finger on the murderous pulse of Nazism. They should provoke us to ask whether the concept of being in the world, where world means the cultural sphere of a community that shares a heritage, lends itself all too easily to a demonization of the outsider, the external or the internal other. The Black Notebooks provide some insights into Heidegger's attitude during his rectorate. He writes in 1933 that he's accepting the position of rector against his, quote, innermost voice, end quote. But he seems to proceed with steely determination, apparently seeing the Nazi revolution as an exciting adventure into unknown territory. By the end of the rectorate, however, he feels bitter and misunderstood, at the same time as he vows to remain forever in the forefront of the secret spiritual Germany. End passage. Okay, so let me see. So first of all, it's really important to highlight this element of the outsider, right? Which is very much connected to this notion of having a history, right? Like of having roots. This was very, very important for Heidegger. And precisely because he was really against this view of a historical perspective, right? Like being outside history, like this hypothetical, right? And so this notion of the Jews, right, which is like they don't have this solid place, right? Like they're always wandering, right, from place to place, in large part because they're rejected by everywhere they go, right? So there's this notion that when they go somewhere, they ruin the culture, right? It's actually not. I'm actually not sure why he thinks that necessarily. Like here in this passage, it's not exactly clear. I'm not sure if this nomadic element has something to do with it. Obviously, the nomadic element has a negative connotation, which I was trying to articulate by this notion of history and roots. But I'm not exactly sure how one jumps from one to the other. Maybe you don't, and he thought about it in different terms. And then there's this passage as well, which is the external enemy is not even always the more dangerous one, right? So what I understand from this passage is that he himself was warning others, and I don't know what year this was necessarily, but what I took from here is that he was already aware and trying to articulate this notion of that it's dangerous to make this moral division between what's on the inside versus what's on the outside. But then he says, quote, "The enemy can have attached itself to the innermost roots of the Dasein of a people, and can set itself against the people's own essence and act against it." I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure the direction that he is going with this. I would need a little bit more context about what he had in mind when he was talking about this. I think the way that Poltz wrote it here is a little bit unclear. He's clearly making a juxtaposition between his claim about this state of being, of protecting being, and of Germans being this privileged, culture, I suppose, that will fulfill the destiny of being, we can say something like that. And then the role of the outsider, right? That ends up being the enemy, right? But then there's this other position, which is kind of like, oh, be careful of the enemy being the outsider. But I'm not 100% sure of if he was simply meaning that, we have this tendency to put the enemy outside versus inside. But when we say inside, right? I don't know if he means kind of like some sort of ideology, which or maybe not the ideology, but like some kind of like way of thinking that is poisoning the culture, right? And that's where we need to focus on, right? We need to focus inward. We need to fix ourselves, right? We need to fix our communities. We need to fix our way of looking at the world and being in the world, right? And not look outside, right? But then you can also think of the internal as in we have been invaded, we have been contaminated by the other, and that's what we need to get rid of. So these two options change the meaning of this quote a fair bit. I'm not 100% sure which one it is, right? Because again, the enemy can have attached itself to the innermost roots of the Dasein of a people that can set itself against this people's own essence and act against it, right? But what enemy? That's the whole question, right? He does talk about, that there's different dangers, right, between the internal and the outsider, right? And the it can be an internal or an external, and we can make it look like it's external, but then what the internal is a little bit unclear. Either way, let's continue. Next passage. In 1936, he praises Hitler and Mussolini from the podium as the two men who have introduced counter movements to nihilism on the basis of the political formation of the nation or the people. But a number of texts from the late 30s and 40s show his growing uneasiness with certain aspects of Nazism. End quote. I actually didn't know he praised Mussolini as well. Obviously, I knew it because I read this before, but it wasn't into mind. I forgot about it. So again, it's this. It's this desire to support that which is counter to the negative direction of culture, right? Which can be very positive in a way, because if history is going in the dark direction, right, then obviously the way to try to counteract that is to change it, right? Is to try to forcefully change course. But then to what course do you set it to, right? Like, do you know what the right course of history is, right? Heidegger seemed to know. And I think part of the, and there's this interesting interplay as well, which is like this nihilistic direction. Every time that you try to fix it, seems very easy to slide all the way into authoritarianism, right? But again, I think that's a lot that like that swing of the pendulum, I think, is a lot easier for us in the 21st century to look back on, post World War II. I think maybe it was a little bit less clear back then. And I'll also be very curious, because like when they mention dates here, like for example 1936, when he was praising Hitler and Mussolini, I wonder as well, and I'm very ignorant about the history, so like this also makes it very tricky for me to think through. But like, I don't know how much of that was like already with the movements in full force when there was like concentration camps and kind of hunting of political opponents, things like that, versus when they were still kind of trying to gain fame. And so it was so maybe Heidegger thought of them more as this like possible solution out of nihilism, right? To try to kind of like take history by the reins, right? So I think that matters a great deal, actually. So let me quickly try to get a timeline. So what we want to know is timeline of history and Mussolini. How do I type that? Okay. Because the reason why I'm trying to investigate a little bit more clearly is because I think that affects how pathological Heidegger's thinking was, and how pathological was his support. It's always pathological, right? Like no matter what, right? Like there's always like an evil tarnish to it, right? But there can be levels of evil, right? And so, for example, I think a good question is, what was the historical context by 1936, right? Was Heidegger just rallying up people towards making a new Germany, and it was a little bit unclear what he was going to do, or was already shit happening, right? And then Heidegger was still supporting, which is like, well, like how big of an idiot can you fucking be, right? Obviously, it might also be that it was very, very, very clear all the evil consequences of that rise to power, right? Like, and this just shows my ignorance, right? Like, I'm very ashamed of my history of my ignorance of the historical period, because I don't actually know this history very well of these types of people rising to power, right? So it might very well be that it was fully apparent to anyone whatsoever exactly what was about to happen and how it was about to happen, right? And if that's the case, then this entire option that I'm considering completely crumbles, right? Which might be the case. So let's see. So I have a little bit of a timeline here. So 1936. Let's see. 1936. Okay. Right. Okay. So here's a good example, right? So by 19. Oh wait, that's a little bit after. Man, this is a little bit difficult to find out. Right. Okay. So this changes a lot. So from my understanding, this can be wrong, right? Because I'm doing very superficial kind of lookup on the history of this. Although this is a history that has been talked about it to death. So I don't think this will be incredibly off, but nevertheless, by 1933, there was already kind of the first template of what it would become later concentration camps, right? And by 34, there was already political murders, right, from Hitler. So that was 2 years before Heidegger's speech here, right? So he's essentially praising these leaders that are already been shown to be completely murderous, right? And he's supporting them anyway, right? So by 36, there was already camps, there was already police terror, beatings, imprisonment, persecution, all of that, right? So we can't possibly say that Heidegger was just naive about the consequences of this political erection, because that political erection was already in force, right? So now the question is, what kind of fucking stupid ass mental gymnastics did he do to try to still think that this was a good idea? So that was one passage. Let's read another one. As rector, Heidegger made racial pronouncements. Quote, every people has the first guarantee of its genuineness and greatness in its blood, its soil, its bodily growth. End quote. But race, as usually conceived, is a sub-historical biological factor, and Heidegger insists on distinguishing historical human beings from lower animals. Increasingly, his private writings, despite racism, has a reductive conception of the people. Wait, what? Getting a little bit lost here, how this is phrased. Race has usually conceived this sub-historical biological factor, and Heidegger insists on distinguishing historical human beings from lower animals. Increasingly, his private writings depict racism as a reductive concept of the people. Race as part of the thrownness is a real condition of existence, he writes in the Black Notebooks, but it is elevated to the unconditioned by biological racism. Quote, those who want to breed the people biologically are carrying out an animalization and mechanization of the people, end quote. This program is, quote, a consequence of the machine national power which must subjugate beings in all their domains to planning and calculation, end quote. Okay, this is really interesting, right? So he was already seeing this trend of eugenics and breeding programs and this kind of thinking in general to be precisely what he was criticizing, right? This desire to manipulate, this desire to shift everything towards efficiency, right? Which is like, yeah, again, it's this whole notion of manipulation, right? Which is all true, although that's not sufficiently morally powerful enough, in my opinion, right? Like that, even if you admit that, you're still missing out a lot. But yeah, at least that. What else? And then he criticizes this notion of race. From my understanding, because it is grounded very biologically, right? And he views biology as, associated with the animality of being, right? So like the fact that we're humans is precisely, our cultural element, right? So what he sees is like thinking of race as this biological dimension is kind of like really oversimplifying what kind of beings we are, which is true, obviously. Then he says, race is part of thrownness, right? And race is already a dubious concept, like scientifically. Obviously, I'm not going to go into that. That would derail this whole thing, but it's certainly not an easy concept to grasp. There's a lot of problems about that very category, scientific and philosophical problems. But either way, even if you think about it more broadly, I think what he's trying to get at is that race necessarily is, within already accepting its historical construct dimension, right? It's just a group of people that have a shared something, right? Which is why they have phenotypic similarities, right? It's just because they were together, right? And they were roughly in the same place for this amount of time, right? They were interacting together, and so on and so forth, right? Obviously. So it can be considered almost as kind of like an extended family type biological dimension. Again, I'm oversimplifying. There's problems with this, but whatever. Let's not get into like into whole evolutionary biology discussion. But the problem, what I'm trying to highlight is because of this perspective, he was viewed very much with this notion of thrownness, the fact that you're thrown into a specific context, right? So like I am part of a race, right? Like that is unavoidable, right? At least, again, this works regardless if you completely deny 100% biology, right? If it's 100% biology or 0.1% biology or 100% biology, it doesn't matter for this particular perspective, right? All right. So just trying to think through this, right? So there's race, thrownness, right? And thrownness is crucial to his entire thinking, right? Real condition of existence, as he writes in the Black Notebooks. Anyway, there's that. Let's just continue because I'm still yet to finish the passage. Nazi ideologues are cooking up witch's cauldron of political worldview, concutated paganism, perplexity, idealization of technology, idealization of race, worship of Wagner, etc. Quote, where a people posits itself as its own goal, egoism has expanded into the gigantic. All this is radically un-German. That's a quote from Heidegger. From where are people to un-German. Then it says, and then Paul continues, in Contributions, Heidegger writes that the people is never an end in itself. In its highest goal is not to maintain itself as one entity among others, but watch over the truth of being. End passage. Okay, so he has all this critique of kind of this Nazi ideology about thinking it has the people, right? Like that the people is the point. What he was trying to say, although again it's very annoying that when he cites this stuff, he doesn't cite years. So like it's very hard for me to contextualize like how old was Heidi? How old, not in the sense that I care about his age, if he was 35 or 60, but the point is like how deep into the history of Nazism was he saying that? Like, was he saying after shit goes down and it's very obvious how fucked up it was and everyone was criticizing him already, or was it in the beginning, right? Now, I think Contributions is a late Heidegger work, so my guess is just that this is after, which makes this kind of critique kind of useless. It's kind of like, after the fact, obviously now, because everyone has, condemned you for all the fucked up shit you support. Now you say this, right? So that doesn't mean much. But either way, I've read in other areas that, even in the beginning, he was already trying to think of it as Germany has this locus of culture that could be, the people that are, watch over the truth of being, as it says here, right? Like being the shepherds of being, right? That see being as it is, and they're not just going through this dissolution into technological, pure utility, pure inframing worldview. But again, you also see there's also other places where these two things are not so neatly separated into this thinking, right? So we've read other stuff, and I'm sure we'll read more in the future, where it's not so clean cut, right? So maybe that's just how it is, right? Maybe that's just he was struggling with this, right? And he was also trying to. Maybe this was his own way of doing the mental gymnastics, right? Like he was trying to justify things himself to it and say, yeah, Nazism is going in this direction, is bad, but we should do it like this instead. And it's like, yeah, this horrible shit happening, but maybe it's just because of this and that, and we can correct it by thinking this in this way. Or maybe he even justified this fucked up shit in the first place. I actually don't know. I hope some book covers that eventually, where how did he respond not to the ideology, but to the very specific consequences of the products of that ideology, right? So I think maybe that is the clearest answer that we can have, right? Of where Heidegger stood. Exactly, right? So, next passage. Although Introduction to Metaphysics seems to celebrate violence, Heidegger's private texts increasingly critique it. Okay, that's exactly what we were looking for. However, it's very important to highlight, increasingly critique it, right? So, because to me, what's really important is when was that critique made, right? Like how much fucked up shit did he have to watch until he clicked in his dumbass brain that this is not a good direction, right? And this is a very harmful, very evil ideology. Quote, the stupid obstinacy of sheer violence becomes the instrument of inner destruction, end quote. Another quote, the gigantic disruption of all human constructs that is spreading over the planet can only be the spasms of a machination that no longer has power over itself, and thus must impress empty violence into the essence of the actual, end quote. Another quote, the predatory animal, covetous of victory and power, is becoming the ideal of humanity, end quote. Competing brutal forces aim at annihilation has an end in itself, end quote. So increasingly, Heidegger sees Nietzsche's will to power as the end stage of modern metaphysics, and the Nazi quest for power has the embodiment of this worldview. Power destroys everything inceptive and all worth. It creates a total organization without the true commitment. Okay, this is interesting. So the total organization is this totalitarian dimension, right? When the pendulum swings to the other direction, which we just talked about. Then there's this notion of commitment as well, which I don't know what he means by that. But also in terms of Nietzsche, I think that's a very good connection, right? Like a lot of people have, a lot of people, kind of try to justify this will to power thing in Nietzsche. It's like Nietzsche's conception of power was nuanced and included agency and autonomy and creativity and all the things. Like it wasn't pure power, and yes, I understand that. But when I read Nietzsche, I did feel like there was a very strong dimension of this, right? Which is kind of obvious, right? Because Nietzsche was such an individualistic thing, right? Like, and he was a revolutionary in some sense. So it's not even that surprising, right? Even from the very backbone, from the very core of his philosophy, right? It's kind of obvious that it would end up at this will to power narrative, right? It's not this like random, 180, right? It sits very nicely on everything that he has built through his other work, in my opinion. I'm not saying that Nietzsche was like. I'm not making like this very direct claim between Nietzsche and Nazism. Like some people have done that, and from my understanding, there's a good historical consensus that there's a big jump from one to the other, right? And it was very much aided by his sister, that had a lot of Nazi sympathies and blah, 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 right? I know all of that. Nevertheless, what I think is undeniable is Heidegger's point here, right? Which is there's already that necessarily cultivates this open path for domination, basically, right? Now, Nietzsche, I think, wasn't necessarily trying to go in that direction, right? I think Nietzsche was just trying to undermine this order that was placed on human consciousness, right? So like Nietzsche was basically the first deconstructionist, right? And obviously, and it's also very connected to the whole genealogical approach, right? So he was trying to break us free from that, right? And he was trying to break us free from that because again, he saw this looming, alarming growth of the nihilism that was becoming this cancer into the spirit of the West, right? And I think what he was trying to do is like, we need to free ourselves from the order that we have received, right? From this narrative of history we have received, right? And we need to go back into ourselves and prioritize what we want to do, right? Not this other thing, not this organization, right? Not this religious institution, this political institution. Like no, right? Like let's put power back into the individual, right? And you should assert yourself, right? And there's this whole emphasis on affirming things, right? It's kind of like standing your ground, right? And walking forward, right? And also this notion that of surpassing, right? The Übermensch and so on. And he saw that as the antidote to nihilism. And those two things are very connected, right? But then what I would say is that obviously there's a large degree of truth in that, which is why Nietzsche was so influential and influenced so many thinkers, including Heidegger, and why he's still very much read and revered today. But that's not enough. And there's an element of kind of Nietzschean attitude, I would say. And I'm sure that, if anyone ever watches this and they're a fan of Nietzsche, obviously they will think I'm totally misunderstanding Nietzsche, that whatever. Maybe that's true. I'm not a Nietzsche expert. Like, I haven't read that many works of him. I read most of the basic ones. I didn't like most of them, um, but yeah. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. So this he was trying to do a response to nihilism, right? But what I think happens is that this this desire for superseding the existing order, and to and this notion of progress through our own agents, through our own autonomy, necessarily, I think, creates an open field towards, why shouldn't we trump over the other, over the weaker, right? Now, he's not necessarily saying that, Nietzsche, but it's also hard from Nietzsche's own system to justify or not, because he was not that interested in that, right? He was just trying to break us free. But then the problem, okay, when we break free, what are we going to do with that freedom? How do we know, right? It's kind of like there's this whole notion of reevaluation of values. We need to create these new values. Okay, but where is the judgment coming from where you can do that, right? This is the problem with this notion of viewing ourselves as the masters of this kind of destiny, right? It implies that you have, it just has this notion that, that judgments are this thing that you can create to some degree, right? And it's just not, basically. And I think this is also a problem with Heidegger, right? I've mentioned this a lot, right? Heidegger also has this notion of the possibility, right? Of like not framing reality down. But then he also suffers the exact same problem, which is like, okay, of all the possibility, how do you choose? What is the standard of this authenticity that he talks over and over again, right? It's always this vague thing, right? They all point to this, well, let's try to do something good. But it's like, how do you know? What does that mean? How do you define that? How do you reach a consensus? And so Nietzsche was noticed. He was one of the first, the first important figures to make a deep diagnosis of this spiritual cancer. And then he tried to get out of it, right? And then what Heidegger is saying is like, the way you're thinking on how to get out of it can actually make the cancer grow more. And he views this as, the notion of the will to power that then ends up as this notion of quest for power, right? Because if the will to power is a central motivating force, right, then the quest to seek that power is a natural response as well, right? And so that can very easily slip up into the usage of that power for your arbitrary will, right? And then there's also this notion that power tends to be like this like demonic thing, that when you pursue it, it always wants more, right? Power wants more power. I wish I understood what he means here by it creates a total organization without commitment. Also, another thing worth mentioning is that also on this problem of nihilism, a good thing to think about is, I think one of the reasons why, because the nihilism is like, nothing matters, there's no foundation, there's no direction, right? It's just like everything is just dissolution, right? And the reason why totalitarianism seems such an easy way to get out of that is because it creates this narrative that allows you to step out of that mindset, right? Actually, there is order and there is direction, right? And we can have this organization that kind of becomes self-enclosing, right? That explains the world, explains what we have to do, tells us what we have to do, and it just becomes this nice little worldview, right? That everything will be all right, everything makes sense, right? And also, usually, part of the reason why there's also this 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 level of appeal to it is also because the this the problem that it diagnoses and the solution to that problem is very straightforward, right? Which is like, Jews are bad, right? Take the Jews out, problem fixed. That is, the utopia is reachable, right? And we are the destined people to lead that utopia, right? If we just remove this obstacle, right? So it's also this simplification of the world, right? But then if you think about, compare that to nihilism, nihilism is almost the complete opposite, right? It's like, we don't know anything, we don't know how to fix. Maybe there isn't a fix, right? I think that is the dynamics of the pendulum, right? Like why that pendulum exists, right? Is because I'm not saying it's destined to be the case, but when you reject one, it's just very easy to fall into the other. Anyway, so let's go back to reading Pulse. I didn't actually finish the passage. I interrupted midway, so let's just continue. Heidegger questions the drive for space and lands, the eternal Volk, and other such thoughtlessness. Totalitarianism and the concept of a world war. A private text from 1939 begins by quoting a speech by Hitler. Quote, "The ultimate justification for every attitude is to be found in its usefulness for the social totality." Heidegger then lets loose a storm of questions. Who makes up this totality? How is this totality determined? What is its goal? Why is usefulness the criterion for the legitimacy of a human attitude? On what is this principle grounded? Who determines the essence of humanity? Heidegger's frustration is obvious. A revolution that had appeared to promise a rebirth of the German spirit had turned out to be dogmatic and totalitarian. He had hoped to become the public philosophical leader of the movement, but had been reduced to asking himself his philosophical questions about Nazism in private notes and passage. But this is very confusing to me, because like here there was already this like very critical attitude, but this was in 39, and we just read on the other passage that in 39 he was praising Hitler and Mussolini. Right? Where was this? I can't find it now. Oh, found it. Oh no, that was 36. Okay, that's not the same year then. Okay, so 30 years he praises Hitler and Mussolini, and then by 39 he was doing all this questioning, right? Now the question is, why wasn't there this questioning before? Right? And another important maybe consideration to keep in mind is that there also might be a huge influence of he was just afraid to speak up publicly, right? Which is not, again, it's not a justification, right? Like a lot of the times you have to do what's right, and not be a coward, essentially. So this is not in the sense that it excuses behavior, but at least it's just useful to keep in mind that that might have been one of the things that was motivating his approach, right? Which is like, in private he was like, yeah, this has some problems, right? But in public he was like, yeah, this is great, right? Because like he wanted to be on the winning side, essentially, right? Which is obviously a huge character flaw, right? I'm not saying this in a good way in any sense. All right, let's continue. Next passage. We must be clear that none of Heidegger's criticisms of Nazism are an endorsement of liberal or leftist point of view. In fact, he retains a certain allegiance to Nazism precisely because it fully embodies the manipulative, nihilistic character of modernity. It seems to be the swiftest path to total collapse that will clear the way for a fresh, postmodern inception, according to a crucial passage from the Black Notebooks of the late 30s. And then quote from the Black Notebooks. During the years 1930 and 1934, I saw in National Socialism the possibility of a transition to another inception. I mistook and undervalued this movement in its genuine powers and inner necessities, as also in the extent and kind of its greatness. What starts here is the consummation of modernity with respect to the humanization of the human being in his self-certain rationality. Full insight into my earlier delusion regarding the essence and the essential historical force of National Socialism resulted in a necessity of affirming National Socialism, and indeed on thoughtful grounds. End quote. Back to Polt. Only if modern rationalism is brought to its extreme can the tradition of metaphysics of presence reach a catastrophic downfall and make way for a new world. Nazism has the machinational. I have no idea. I struggle with this word so much. Machinational. I'm gonna say it like that. Fuck it. Organization of the people is essentially technological, which means that it can never freely command technology itself. Technology can never be mastered by the ethno-political worldview. What is already essentially a servant can never be a master. Nevertheless, this birth of new politics from the essence of technology is necessary, and thus it is not the possible object of a short-sighted opposition. End of passage. So to me, this is very confusing, actually. To me, this is very confusing because this is almost a view of like accelerationism, right? Accelerationism. Am I pronouncing this correctly? Anyway, it doesn't matter, right? But it's like you see this a lot in some branches of critical approaches to capitalism, where actually we need to sink into capitalism in order to destroy capitalism, right? We need to speed up its growth because its growth is inevitably self-destructive. And that's kind of what Heidegger is thinking in relationship to nihilism and the spirit of humanity, right? But that I don't know what to make sense of it. Like that seems like a cop out afterwards, right? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what to make of this, honestly. Maybe we'll just let it sit. It'll be on the back of my mind. Maybe there will be other passages where this will make a little bit more sense. Okay. Let's check the next passage. How long have I been? Okay, an hour. It's pretty good. Next passage. Ironically, the black notebooks also show that Heidegger himself was prone to thinking in universals. His grim, sour visions of current events deal only in generalities, with a few hints of any understanding of individual human acts, much less any empathy for the concrete victims of the Nazis' crimes. Despite all his attempts to root theory in the facticity and the event, the Heidegger of the Black Notebooks is very much an abstract theorist, looking down on the occurrences of the day from a cold and lofty peak of supposed insight. End passage. So this is very interesting, actually, right? So the fact that Heidegger was always thinking in generalities, and it's very interesting because this also connects to the point that we were trying to make earlier, right? About these historical forces, right? But these huge patterns that affect culture and history. Which is like, they have a lot of power, right? And they're very abstract. But at the same time, it's easier to be misled the higher in abstraction you go, right? And so this is also connects to what I was saying earlier about like, how was his reaction to not these like possibilities of a new political direction against the threat of nihilism, but like, how did he react against the people being killed while he was doing that speech, right? Or in the recent events around the era of that speech, right? That is why I was putting so much emphasis into that, right? Like, because that is what matters the most. Like, I'm not discounting the already problematic direction before the killings. Like, obviously, there was also already evil, right? But nevertheless, there's different levels to this, right? And so this is a really good point, right? Which is like, he was not he was too abstracted out. He wasn't paying close attention to the specifics of how this played out, right? So like, because like, if you think that a particular direction has this philosophical, grandiose, part in history, right? But then you look at the specifics of how this is implementing, like the actual outcomes for real people, and it's super evil. Like, shouldn't that then question the framework that you're working through, right? And also, like, I think, and again, this is also very connected to ethics, right? Because like, one of the inclinations that I have is that I think what's missing in Heidegger is an ethical dimension, basically. And he actually thinks that we need to go beyond ethics, right? Not in the sense of like, let's turn to evil, but in the sense of like, kind of, to some degree, he has some affinities to Nietzsche, right? Which is like, thinking like that is already a problem, right? Like, we need to think differently. Not in the sense that ethics don't matter, but in the sense that we need different foundations, right? And this is very often connected to criticism of Christianity, which like frames everything into moral terms, right? Although kind of, even that is a bit of an oversimplification, but this is kind of the kind of critique. But from my perspective, I do think ethics are important, and I think a ethic-oriented worldview is very important. And something that I'm trying to do more in my own work is use Simone Weil, and Iris Murdoch, right? I think their philosophies are very powerful. I think their Platonism can be very useful in kind of bridging some of the patterns that we see in Christian thought to make that intelligible through a Platonic lens that isn't so reliant on metaphysics, and that we can actually connect it all the way down to phenomenology. So that is one of the things that I'm doing with my project. And with both Weil and Murdoch, it's really interesting that what you see with them is precisely this emphasis on the specific, on the particular, on the person, right? It's like look a specific person in the eye, give them as much attention as you can possibly muster, right? And so like that pure attention, that pure care is the highest form of love, and that is how you are the most attuned to reality, right? So every time you're not doing that, then you will just kind of get lost in your own mental models that you're creating about yourself, right? So it's precisely through this deselfing, unselfing actually, which is Murdoch's term, right? That is how you get more in contact with reality, which is also very much the same thing as attention to the other, right? And perception of the other as it truly is, right? And that includes all their afflictions, all their problems, all their historical and material conditions, right? All of that, right? But that requires that to be the focus, the other, right? Not these like historical patterns, right? Not to say that you can't do this type of like very abstract analysis that Heidegger is trying to do, but it always needs to be connected and it always needs to be grounded in the particularity of the other. And so I think that the way Polt puts this paragraph is very friendly to this kind of juxtaposition that I'm trying to do, right? Of all the great insights of the diagnosis that Heidegger provides. But then he's never connecting it very much with ethics, right? And I think that played a role into how he fell prey to this ideology, right? And then what was missing is ethics. And then, you know, I see these other great people that also saw similar problems, but the way that they frame their philosophy has a very strong moral element. And I think that's what we need in culture. And I think if we grab some insights from Heidegger, plus some insights from people like Wey and Murdoch, right? And then if we use that framework to then reinterpret our religious traditions, right? To revive our past, like to make justice to our past while at the same time make it intelligible, that is what I think is the strongest antidote to the cancer that is growing through modernity, through technology, and get us back into being in full contact with reality and being shepherds of being. Okay. That was pretty good and very productive, I would say. So let's continue to the next note. All right. Next passage. This brings us to an interpretation that, unlike 1 to 4, I don't know what 1 to 4 is. It's a few points he makes earlier, but they're quite big. They're like an entire page. So I'm just going to see if I can understand the context behind it. So unlike 1 to 4, actually depends on Heidegger's philosophical texts. If he had struck to his concept of authenticity in being and time, he could have never become a Nazi. Right? So this is interesting because we've mentioned Polt has alluded to before a little bit this sense of how he already saw the problems that people can fall into, right, in his own work. So like the solution to Nazism, the framework to that which you can resist yourself to falling prey to such ideologies as Nazism was already present in Heidegger's work. And so his allegiance to Nazism was a betrayal of his own philosophy, right? Which is very interesting. Right? Let's see what Polt says about it. Continuing, the best evidence for this position is the discussion of authentic and inauthentic being in Being and Time, part 26. Here, Heidegger distinguishes between leaping forth, which opens possibilities for others, and leaping in, which does things for others, relieving them of responsibility. Defenders of position 5 sorry, I got lost a little bit. I was just trying to figure out what the core statement of position 5 is, but I can't even find it, so whatever. Defenders of position 5 may hold that Hitler's leadership was a form of leaping in. Unfortunately, these ethical or pseudo-ethical remarks in Being in Time are sketchy, and their grounds are unclear. Furthermore, many people were inspired by Hitler to see new possibilities for themselves in Germany. So it is hard to deny that Der Führer, the leader, was an authentic leader in Heidegger's sense. Many possibilities revealed by Heidegger were evil, but Being in Time does not seem to give us a philosophical basis for this judgment. Yes. Thank you, Polt. That's exactly my whole diagnosis of Heidegger. Polt continues. The concept of authenticity is so formal that it looks as if any possibility could be chosen authentically. Yes. That's exactly right. All right, continuing. Defenders of position 5 may also argue that Heidegger behaved as a they self because he went along with the masses at the time where he should have stood up for individual consciousness, right? Again, also deeply right. Like I've alluded to this before, right? The fact that he was just going along with the winning side of the crowds, right? But then in private, he was like, actually, there's some problems, right? So there's this mismatch and this lack of courage to stand up for what one feels in one's conscious, right? And no matter, and the concept of authenticity is a very problem in Heidegger, right? But like, if you're gonna ground it in something, right? At least ground it in conscious, in one's conscious, right? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this word correctly, but anyway, right? And at the very least that, and he certainly wasn't doing that, right? Because clearly there was a lack of unity between what he was saying in public and what he was saying in private. So he was, even with such a vague system of authenticity, he was already failing at the most basic element. Continuing from Polt. This is unconvincing. Oh, okay. So okay, this is interesting. So Polt is critiquing that, which I agree. So Polt is disagreeing with me, supposedly. So let's see what he says. According to Being in Time, what distinguishes behavior as an authentic is neither its similarity nor the similarity what everyone else is doing, but the fact that it's chosen resolutely. There is no reason to believe that Heidegger's choice was not resolute. Granted, it was a choice that was based on the options that were currently available in his community, but according to Being in Time, there are no other options. An authentic deed is not the private invention of the individual, but the individual's appropriation of a publicly accessible opportunity. End passage. Okay, I get it. So sure, you can still follow the public if you think that's the right, that the public is right, essentially. However, even that doesn't work out, right? Because again, we see this mismatch between the public and the private, right? So what I was highlighting is not just the fact that he was going along, but that he was going along with something that he knew was a bit problematic, at least in some sense, right? So I think Polt's critique doesn't fully cover my position. And then I have some notes here on this specific passage, which is like, this shows that it is difficult or impossible to use his notion of authenticity, particularly in connection to ethics. It is groundless, right? Which is everything that I've mentioned before already. Right? So let me just drink some water. And I think I heard the dog complaining, so maybe I have to stop this and take him out. I think I'll stop here, actually. because it's annoying if then he barks a lot and then I have to interrupt in the middle of a thought. And I'm already at 1 hour and a half, loosely. Again, I missed by 5 minutes, but whatever. But yeah, I think that was really good, and see you next time. All right, let's get back to Heidegger. I am having a headache today, so I was thinking of skipping this, but I took medication and it's okay so far. So I'm going to try it, but it might be a mistake, and my very act of doing this might make the headache come back, but I'll take the gamble. It's not so much the reading that's problematic, it's more so the speaking, but whatever. So, let's just jump into it. Start of passage. If we reject position 5, we may be tempted by the opposite position. Being in Time is a crypto-fascist book. Its ontology of Dasein is really a political ideology that prepares the way for Nazism. This interpretation has the advantage that it seems to have been endorsed by Heidegger himself during the years of his greatest enthusiasm for the movement. When he met Karl Lowith in Rome in 1936, Heidegger, who was wearing a Nazi pin, told him that his political commitments grew from his concept of historicity. There are indeed elements of Being in Time that not only allow for a pro-Nazi decision, but appear to point in that direction. According to Being in Time, meaning occurs only within a particular historical world, so situated interpretation underlies all assertions and objective propositions. This view has affinities to conservative critics of Enlightenment universalism, such as Edmund Burke. But for Heidegger, our ordinary immersion in the world is inauthentic. It fails to grapple with the question of who we are. A radical crisis is required to provoke us to come to grips with the deeper meaning of our historically situated lives. This line of thought brings him into the ambit of so-called revolutionary conservatism. No one can avoid a shudder upon encountering the words Volk and Kampf, people and struggle, in Heidegger's discussion of authentic historicity. Here he makes it clear that authentic choices involve breaking with the everyday complacency, appropriating a communal heritage, and resolutely choosing a hero. It is not... Wait, what? Here he makes it clear that authentic choices involve breaking with the everyday complacency, yes. Appropriating a communal heritage, yes. And resolutely choosing a hero. Really? Choosing a hero? Where is that coming from? No idea how he's making this claim. But let's continue. It is not surprising then that the author of Being in Time would be attracted to revolutionary movements headed by a charismatic leader who promised to reawaken the German spirit and who used the rhetoric of will and decision. One can argue that other elements of Being in Time run contrary to the other main political alternatives of the age, liberal democracy and communism. His aversion to materialistic explanations of Dasein seems incompatible with traditional Marxist theory. His opposition to concepts of Dasein as completely autonomous individual subjects seems incompatible with liberal theory in its more individualistic forms. His contempt for the evil talk of the day which tends to undermine the principle of majority rule. If most people, most of the time, are in untruth, then why would their opinions deserve respect? However, on the whole, I agree with Dasein's claim in Being in Time that the text does not discuss what Dasein factually resolves in any particular case. End quote. That's a quote from Heidegger, from Being in Time. Discuss what Dasein factually resolves in any particular case. End quotes. It remains at the general level of existential ontology, avoiding the existential question of possibilities to retrieve. Heidegger claims that you must find possibilities in our heritage, but this is not necessarily a nationalistic position. One can argue that any political movement, regardless of its ideology, must work with the community's shared past to articulate some vision of its destiny. Authentic choices may include communism or liberal democracy, at least if these political programs can be purged of their traditional theoretical underpinnings, and probably even if they can't, for authenticity involves existential understanding and not necessarily existential, ontological understanding. At the same time, any political choice remains vulnerable to anxiety, which senses the contingency of all orientations and movements. End passage. Okay, that was a huge note. That was like a page and a half. But it's important, right? It's the relationship between being and time, Heidegger's philosophy, and then the connection to historicity and to Nazism, right? So I still don't understand why Polt here makes this claim of, authentic choices involve blah, 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 and resolutely choosing a hero. I don't remember Heidegger having this sense of like a person, right? Like he speaks very much in terms of culture, either culture or individuality, not so much like following someone, I think, unless I'm misinterpreting something or just not remembering. But yeah, but there's definitely this element of revolution, right? That's what I mentioned on the last session. I think that's very important, and I think that's key to understanding his relationship with Nazi ideology, right? It's this diagnosis of modernity. We need to do something, right? We need a new history, a new pivot, right, in mankind's history, in order to not fall deeper and deeper into the problem, and also to avoid falling so deeply into the problem that you fail to see it has a problem anymore. Then Heidegger claims that you must find these possibilities in our heritage, but this is not necessarily a nationalistic position, right? Okay. So again, it comes back to this whole notion of how to relate to the past, right? You do have to use the past, right? Hence the whole emphasis on history. But then there's different possibilities that how that can be used. And it's always an interplay between novelty and continuation. Okay. That's pretty good for this. We already spoke a lot about Nazism, which actually is nicely because that was the last note about it. So I'm actually going to just grab some coffee, and it's a bit of a hassle to pause the videos and then having to edit them. So I'll just be right back. I'll take about 25 seconds.
Rappresentano i sospettati ideali di solito. Certamente. Per esempio, guardate mio marito. Non si potrebbe essere più oscuro. Scusate, devo ritirarmi.
All right, I'm back. Now I have my little coffee here because I'm getting sleepy again because I'm doing this in the afternoon again, which is because I wasn't able to do it in the morning again. Hopefully the coffee will wake me up a little bit. All right, let's continue. Now this last chapter is about the after the war period for Heidegger, right? Which comes very nicely after a chapter on his Nazi connections. So let's see what Polt has to say, or rather what I saved of what Polt has to say. First note. However, Heidegger did not actually keep silent. A number of post-war documents, most published considerably after his death, make his opinion clear. He does admit that he supported the Nazis and that he was wrong. He made mistakes and did not foresee what was to come. But he tries to minimize the extent of his involvement, and it is quick to add excuses. He who thinks greatly must err greatly. Perhaps the least satisfying apology possible. End passage. Okay, so that is fucking awful, first of all. Like, the fact that he tried to downplay it is just very morally abhorrent, basically. And honestly, I am pretty willing to forgive. I suppose maybe this is my Christian bias, or also it might just be my value bias, really, because like that was also one of the things that attracted me to Christianity, right? It's not just that, you know, I see the value of things because I'm Christian, but also because I'm Christian because I see the value of those things, right? And so I view Christianity as this accurate picture of what I think reality is, and that applies here to this moral reality, right? Which is like, if the person has legitimately changed, then I do think they legitimately deserve a second chance. Now, I don't know if I talked about this previously, but in this series, but there is a distinction between like an ontological problem, which is like, is this person a new person, versus an epistemological problem, which is like, how can you know, right? And once people have gone through a very messed up past, then it's very reasonable for us to doubt that they have changed, right? And the amount that is needed for us to kind of give that forgiveness in the sense of like, I believe that now you're a different person, that is dependent about how much evil they have committed, and also how much do they show that they have changed. But that epistemological thing aside, I am willing to kind of like, you know, give people a second chance, so to speak. But again, that's assuming that they carry the full burden, the full weight of what they have done. And that is clearly not the case here with Heidegger. Clearly, right? And Paul puts it really well, right? Of like making this distinction. Is like, you minimize it and then you justify it, right? Not fully justify it, but like you kind of try to smuggle it in, right? Of like, he who thinks greatly errs greatly. Like, that is a really stupid thing to say after you supported the regime already when that regime was killing people. Like, holy shit. So yeah, there's that. Next passage. Although there's something to this of he who thinks greatly must err greatly. I think this is very problematic from like a personal perspective. But there's still some hint of the idea that rings true, in the sense of like, if there's a big problem, if your diagnosis is correct, right? If you're struck by this problem that Heidegger is pointing at, of like, shit, we are going in a very pathological direction, right? And therefore we need to change, right? And so in order to do that diagnosis, you have to like really look deep into society, look deep into culture, right? So it's the sense of grandiosity, right? Which he fits, I would say. But then, if the problem is deep, and the only way to get out of the problem is some kind of pivot, right? Then the ability to err on that pivot is greater, like obviously. So there's something to it, but I think this is only justifiable in the abstract. Like I think someone saying that to justify that error is not the same thing. And I'm actually struggling to grapple for words on why there's that gap. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe something like that it's true that you're taking a bigger gamble, but it's a bigger gamble that you need to take full responsibility for. That because it's a bigger gamble, you also hold always an equal amount of responsibility. And therefore, you having the statement afterwards that it was because it was such a deep thing, or because it was such a deep goal of transformation, that is absolving you of that responsibility, right? Because those two things always come together, right? So you're trying to corrupt the logic of how this works. I don't know how much sense this makes, but it's just what came to mind now. So next passage. Heidegger typically leaps from the question of personal responsibility to an analysis of the technological sense of being that is supposedly taking over the planet. Nazism proved to be just another product of modern metaphysics, along with all the other current forms of political organization. Fascist nationalism is just another kind of anthropologism. What kind of word is this? Anthropologism, along with liberal individualism and communist internationalism. Heidegger's few references to the Holocaust tend to downplay its uniqueness. In a letter to Marcuse, he defensively insists that the East Germans are victims no less than the Jews. An essay we will discuss below compares Nazi genocides to mechanized agriculture. Both are essentially the same, as symptoms of modern technological nihilism. End quote. That does ring a bell. I do remember when I was reading this stuff of the comparison to mechanized agriculture, which is kind of an insane claim. And I do remember thinking that there's something to it, but the very fact of you saying it is really fucked up. Because again, it kind of plays into this. Yeah, it's this very weird thing because I've always been the kind of person that tries to isolate language, right? Like that language has a certain meaning, and therefore, if something is technically true, it's kind of okay to say it, right? But then here, with a lot of the stuff that I've been covering, especially in this session, it's more like, sure, that might be technically true, but you're not in a position to say it. The fact that you are saying it makes it untrue, right? But obviously, this is already very complicated because, like, what does it mean when I say true, right? Because when I mean true, I mean technically true. Like, for example, the example of where was it? He who thinks greatly must err greatly, for example. Like, I think that's true in the abstract, right? But then I have this desire to say, when you say it, you Heidegger, then it's untrue. But what does it mean to say that it's untrue, right? It's like it's that we pivot into this different face of what truth means that is clearly different, because otherwise something can't be true and untrue in a way that undermines what it means to be true, and therefore the original claim makes no sense whatsoever. So what this means is that it's reflecting this aspect of the multifaceted nature of truth. But despite that multifacetedness, that there's still an underlying overlap that justifies my intuition to wanting to use the word. And this isn't fully fleshed out. This is still very vague, but I can't quite know how to articulate any better for the time being. Anyway, let's move on. Oh wow, 3 different passages in these 2 pages. Okay, start with the first. So, start of passage. However, Heidegger emphatically rejects the moral judgments that are being passed on Germany. Evil must be understood not in moral terms, but as a manifestation of an ontological malice and global devastation. The essence of this devastation is not the deconstruction of beings, but the abandonment of being. The defeat of Germany is just a triumph of the same metaphysical force that was responsible for the aberrations of Nazism itself. Quote, the war decides nothing. End quote. Heidegger bitterly dates his dialogue, quote, on the day when the world celebrated its victory, without yet recognizing that already for centuries it had been defeated by its own rebellious uprising. End quote. Oof. All right, I need some coffee. This one is tough. Now, the reason why this is tough is because when I think about Christianity, I very often do have this perspective that ontology precedes morality. That morality is already a way of looking at the world that presupposes what certain things are. And so one of the ways that I actually started getting deeper and deeper into Christianity, and that I was able to see its value as an accurate picture of reality, was precisely when I stopped focusing less on ethics, right? At least less on ethics in the sense of like not just me, right? I think ethics are very important in kind of like recognizing your own deviation from the highest good that you can conceive. But then it has an overall cosmology, as an overall worldview. It's actually very ontological at its core, right? Like it's about what does it mean for certain things to exist? How do they exist, right? And I think the way that religion frames the world in terms of, you know, what kind of thing is a human being, right? This kind of like anthropological description, right? And also, what are other things in the world, right, that maybe differ from your typical ontology that you have? Like, for example, massive cultural forces, right? Like, do you think of them as simply like another level of description without any ontological differentiation, or is there an ontological jump somehow, that there's some kind of emergent property that actually makes them special in some way? And I think there's many things that apply to this, but the main ones that I have in mind is a lot of the talks about principalities, right? The fact that there's the fact that, you know, through the religious cosmology, not just Christianity, but almost all of them really, that there's these abstract forces. I don't know how to call it, right? And sometimes they can be for good, angels, and sometimes it can be for bad, demons, right? Broadly speaking, I'm oversimplifying, but you know, and so when you look at the world this way, it is about ontology, right? and only then ethics emerge out of that, right? So there's something deeply sympathetic that I have for this kind of view. But nevertheless, if we think back to the talk of the other, to the talk of this embodied, specific social perception, right? That is inherently about getting in contact with the real within the sense of outside yourself, and also deeply moral, right? Which is like you recognize the affliction of the other, and you have a deep sense of empathy and sense of injustice and of wanting justice and of consolement as well, all of that for the other. So all of that is inherently moral, right? And I also think that's kind of foundational, right? But this kind of goes against a little bit, I would say, to my previous argument, right? Which is like ontology first, ethics second, right? When I frame it in this way, in the Murdoch and Whale way, then it does seem that it's moral first, right? And I don't know exactly how to put them together, to be honest, because when in my everyday life, in my everyday thought, I tend to prioritize ontology. That's just what feels the most true to me. But then every time I return to Heidegger specifically, which did prioritize ontology, I'm like, no. The reason why you went astray, the reason why this went so badly, was precisely because you neglected this ethical element, right? But clearly these two things are kind of incompatible to some degree, right? I'm just not sure how to dissolve that contradiction. What time is it exactly? All right, it's not too late. Sweet. Next passage. However, his attitude in this period is never contrite, but rather indignant and bitter, full of resentment and scorn for the post-war surrender. Sorry, for the scorn for the post-war order. He pushes back against the talk of German guilt, rejecting calls for morality and justice has nothing but the spirit of revenge. All his comments on the Nazis are embedded in denunciations of post-war developments, in which he often portrays as even worse than Nazism. A betrayal of thinking, quote, reigns, sorry, quotes, betrayal of thinking, end quote, reigns, as evidenced by Heidegger's own forced retirement. End of passage. So again, highly problematic, right? I do think this is the nail in the coffin. I mean, he was already in the coffin, in a moral coffin, but the fact that you're even willing to consider, like, even if you agree that the way that Germany was dealt with post World War, right? Even if you agree that a lot of things went wrong or could have been handled better, the fact that you're willing to say that it's just as bad or worse as the Holocaust itself is just absolutely evil and utterly deluded. And again, there is some level of truth to this, to the spirit of revenge and whatnot. We live in this period that, World War II and Nazism specifically has become the very modern myth that we live by. Like, that has framed the entire cosmology, really, of what history means and the development of history and the end goal of history, right? It has taken an absolute centrality in culture. And there's a lot of aspects of that are negative. Right? Now, this is a bit difficult to unpack. Like, obviously, I'm not saying this in a way that we shouldn't consider the Holocaust important. Obviously, we do. We should. And not to say that it wasn't absolutely abhorrent, which it was, obviously. Right? But nevertheless, there's an important consideration about what you put has the absolute foundation of your worldview. So there's something there again, but again, like, framing it has nothing but the spirit of revenge is batshit insane, basically. And they thought, and it's funny because the way that I view it is, a lot of people view with suspicion this very heavy element of guilt in Christianity because it's negative, right? But and it can be problematic, obviously. But in my experience through Christianity, that is actually the highest form of spirituality. Like, that negativity is a requirement for the rebirth, right? It is what anchors you to the highest thing by highlighting the consequences of your failure to abide by that way of being that you can conceptualize, right? That is the actual engine that drives this continual transformation, right? So guilt is essential, in my opinion, right? And what's clearly here for Heidegger is that he doesn't own that guilt. Like, he doesn't own his mistake. He doesn't admit the severity of what happened. And so he's shutting himself off of any possible transformation, right? Because it's very similar, because it's actually very Heideggerian, right? Because if you think about Heidegger's project, right, it's about he's constantly banging on the door to people, right? Of like, wake up, look at the trajectory that we're going. Like, we need to recognize it first. Once we see the problem, then let's try to figure out the solution, right? At like this very abstract cultural historical level, right? But then that kind of dynamic, when applied to his personal life, right, and his political beliefs, he can never accept the diagnosis, right? He's always running away from it. And so, if that's the case, then you can never find the cure, right? Because you never fully embrace that there's an illness, right? Anyway, let's move on. Next passage. Heidegger's post-war view of Nazism may have some value as a serious analysis of the phenomenon, but we should not overlook the psychological value it also had for Heidegger himself. He is faced with the unbearable charge that he and his country are implicated in unparalleled murder and destruction. He tries to elude the guilt through a typical series of moves that can be found in text after text. First, he shifts the focus from the crude realm of being, such as corpses and gas chambers, to the essential realm of being, which can be tamed with his conceptual resources. Next, the responsibility is transferred from human beings to being itself, which destines history. Then disaster becomes global, or at least pan-Western, and it involves not just Nazi Germany, but thousands of years of European history. Finally, the Germans themselves are presented as victims of this sweeping destiny. By the end of this interpretive process, the guilt has been diluted and depersonalized enough that it can be repressed and ignored. Was Heidegger indulging in wishful thinking when he said, quote, "The greater the master, the more completely his person vanishes behind his work," end quote. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that Heidegger's post-war self-interpretation is cowardly and self-deceptive. To speak in the language of being and time, it is glaringly inauthentic. His refusal to face the horror of genocide squarely is all too typical of the post-war German day, and lends itself all too easily to out-and-out Holocaust denial. End passage. So yeah, this is brilliant, and I love the way that Polt frames this. I think he's spot on, and again, it's again this constantly refusal to acknowledge the problem, right? And again, let's come back to what we covered last session, right? Which is this abstract, this constantly evolving abstraction of the phenomena, right? Where you're not even talking about victims anymore. You're just talking about like these massive movements of history and culture and philosophy, right? And it's like, oh, we're just victims about this problem, right? Or it's like, oh, this event was just part of the bigger problem, right? So that is hugely problematic, right? But again, there's also a degree of truth to it, right? Because let's think about Germany as a whole, right? Like as a population, right? It's like, was Germany like just specifically evil, compared to, I don't know, the UK, right? Or the Netherlands or something? Like if you took if you took one person by individually, right? And then you kind of and then you had like this morality meter somehow, right? And you measure how evil they are, right? How would that compare to other countries? Like, are they particularly evil? Like, I don't think so. But if that's the case, then why did it show up in Germany, right? And what caused that movement, right? What caused that movement was a particular stance towards the world, right? Like domination, for example, right? Like will to power, for example. So there's a lot of factors that are driving this, and if there's factors are driving this, it may be they even are necessary conditions of the phenomena. Then when you look at just people, you're missing a lot. So this notion of like let's step back is very valuable, right? And it's very worthwhile of pointing out and thinking about. And also there, not only in the sense of like this temporal dimension, right? Of like this brought forth this, right? So we can kind of think of it as the philosophical background that has been leading to this, right? So it's more a historical perspective in terms of like large eras. But then there's another perspective which is also historical, but it's a bit different. It doesn't have such a emphasis on large periods of time, but it's in the sense of particularity of a specific place and context, right? So the fact that Germany was coming from a specific social political context from World War One, right? And even its involvement in the World War One was already, framed through what Germany was going on at the time, how that particular war developed, all those kinds of things, right? And so none of that is through the people, right? Again, if you think back to this like hypothetical evilness meter, right? Like that's not the right place to look. So once again, Heidegger has a point, right? But despite all of that, despite acknowledging all these worthwhile factors in the emergence of this ideological manifestation, that ideological manifestation has to necessarily be acted upon, finalized upon, through specific human beings, like Heidegger, like the average soldier, right? And when we think about the person, we're again on this Murdoch, whale type thinking, which is like looking at the eye of the person, and are you fully in contact with that person's being? Right? Are you giving your full attention that isn't being clouded by your own self?
that allows the person in its fullness to shine through. And if that's the case, then their suffering would shine through as well, right? So how receptive are you to that? That is something that you do have control over, at least to some degree, right? Like, obviously, if you're complete determinist, then this goes out of the window, but whatever, we can't get into that, right? But like, under this normal assumption that we do hold on our everyday lives, because we do hold other people accountable, right? Otherwise, you can never be mad at other people for acting stupidly, right? People say, oh, you can be mad at the consequences, but like, that's bullshit. Like, no one actually thinks like this, right? You are mad at the person because you think they could have done otherwise. That's why. Just gonna take my headache medication really quick. Oh shit, I don't have water. Yeah, I'll drink coffee with it. All right, sorry about that. Let's go. Right? So there's this interplay between the individual power, let's say, and also that lack of power through the historical forces, right? It's this interplay where you can't deny, you have to assert both, right? But also, you have to be careful about which one you emphasize on each particular context, right? So the fact that Heidegger himself, again, was the one, conveniently emphasizing one, where that allows him to step outside of the responsibility, then that makes it extra problematic, right? And also, I think one of the good ways to think about this is that despite all these factors that are beyond the individual, it's very clear that there's that power still abides individual throughout, or despite these forces, through the examples of individuals that were submitted to those forces, and yet they acted differently, right? So when Heidegger says, oh, but it's just this forgetful of being, coming all the way from the Greeks, and this whole technological thinking that's kind of like poisoning our culture, and we were all kind of like dragged through this current. It's like, okay, but then why wasn't everyone dragged, right? There was many other philosophy professors that didn't get aligned with this bullshit, right? There was a lot of soldiers that refused to do certain acts, right? There was a lot of civilians that tried to help the Jews in whatever they can, right? Jews and all the other minorities, right? Or that tried to resist the regime in some way, or that at the very least tried to not fucking make positive comments about it, right? So clearly it's not just these historical philosophical forces, right? And if not, then what is it? Again, it comes back to individual, right? And it comes back to your moral compass, right? Anyway, let's leave it at that. Next passage. Heidegger also rejects Sartre's, I don't know how to pronounce his name, voluntarism. As we saw in On the Essence of Truth, Heidegger thinks of freedom primarily in terms of unconcealment, rather than in terms of self-determination, as does Paul Sartre. Meaning for Heidegger is not purely the product of human will, but occurs along with throne projection, an ecstatic extension that precedes all choices. Thus, we do not have complete control over how to interpret ourselves in the world. We respond to being, we do not make it. When Heidegger says that our existence is existence, he means that, quote, the human being occurs essentially in such a way that he is there, that is, the clearing of being, end quote. Existence means, quote, ecstatic inherence in the truth of being, end quote. Existence, then, for Heidegger, is another way of referring to our most fundamental trait. We are beings to whom it makes a difference that there is something instead of nothing, and who are needed in order for this difference to occur. End passage. Yeah, sure. I agree with that. Yeah, it's certainly very stupid to think about purely in terms of will, right? There's also the historical elements, the embodiment elements, the historicity element, all of that which Heidegger takes into account, which are important when we think about freedom. But yeah, not worth exploring that much further, I would say. Next passage. But if Heidegger claims that human beings are given the unique destiny of standing in the truth of being, isn't this just another form of humanism, since it gives us center stage in the universe? In response, he would first stress that his position, unlike all humanisms, is not metaphysical. He thinks about our relationship to being and not merely our relationship to other beings. Secondly, he puts being at the center and not ourselves. Humanity is not the lords of beings, but the shepherd of being. This imagery is somewhat confusing. Is being like a flock of sheep, or does it employ us as a farmer might hire a shepherd? In his private notes, Heidegger recognized that his metaphor was misleading. What a human should care for is not a herd, but a shelter or hoard, something precious or a safe place for it. The best translation of herd might be keeper rather than shepherd. We should keep on keeping a keep, parenthesis, a safe refuge, where being can have meaning. We are called by being into the preservation of being's truth. Being appropriates us, giving us the opportunity to be Dasein, and we are to appropriate being, protecting its unconcealment by sheltering it in beings. We need to take responsibility for the cultivation of meaning of things that we have inherited. End passage. Okay, that is a very deep passage. Personally, I always liked the metaphor of shepherd of being. I understand the misleadingness aspect of it, especially when you consider the side of the sheep, but I don't see why you would focus on that. Like, to me, what the metaphor mostly emphasizes is the responsibility. Right? It's first of all, it's the fact that you're kind of the leader of it, right? So you are kind of the director, right? But it's not just about you, right? There's this other thing that it exists on its own right, and it's your ability to preserve it, to ensure its flourishing. And so, from that perspective, I do think that the metaphor holds, right? But then there's this very interesting section here, which I'm going to repeat after some coffee. We should keep on keeping a keep where being can have meaning. We are called by being itself into the preservation of being's truth. Being appropriates us, giving us the opportunity to be Dasein, and we are to appropriate being, protecting its unconcealment by sheltering it in beings. We need to take responsibility for cultivating the meaning of things that we have inherited. This is actually very dense. We should keep on keeping a keep where being can have meaning. What does it mean for being to have meaning? For some reason, I'm kind of, my brain is kind of defaulting to think about meaning in life, where it's usually not what Heidegger is talking about, right? It's meaning in this very much more primordial sense. But I suppose the simplest way is that meaning means value. It means care, right? It means relevance, right? And that only exists through us disclosing that meaning, participating in that meaning, right? And so I suppose one way to think about it is that, we need to shelter being, because being is what discloses, because being is what allows the disclosure of being through us. And by not being a good shepherd, then we are compromising that disclosure, right? And then it says, we are called by being itself into the preservation of being's truth, right? So the way that I interpret this is, again, that there's a call to that responsibility, right? That is not purely subjective, right? That there's something about reality which screams that this, as in consciousness, right? In the sense of like being able to actually understand the world in a deep way and make and this aspect of questioning, right? This metacognitive evaluation about what should the evaluation be of anything, right? This emergent property of reality that somehow fucking appeared in human beings, right? That allows participation into reality, and that reality itself, because it is dependent on that participation, from this perspective that I'm trying to articulate, it needs us and it asks us to protect it. Obviously, this is all metaphorical language, right? Like, I'm not saying it's like a person, like literally making a request that you can hear, but at the same time, it is not 100% unlike a person that you cannot hear, right? Because you can hear, like you can intuit, right? That is what it means to have these metaphors of communication, right? It just speaks. I don't know how else to put it, right? Anyway, and then it ends, we need to take responsibility for cultivating the meaning of things that we have inherited. And the way that I mostly think through this is kind of like, is this notion of thoroughness, historicity, and whatnot, right? The fact that there's already meaning, and we need to keep going, right? Like we've received the torch of illumination, right? Of intelligibility, right? And we need to keep the torch going, right? And we need to pass the torch to our future. And the reason why is because that torch is what illuminates being, right? Anyway, I'm not sure how much sense I'm making, so let's just move on to the next one. Why does Heidegger refuse to associate himself with ethics as it has been formally defined? For Heidegger, action cannot be understood adequately in terms of rules or values. We have already noticed his refusal to provide rules for action, like being in time, page 294 slash 340. According to Being in Time, decisions must be made in light of a particular situation, and no rule can make it any easier to decide. In the letter, he implies that the demand for rules is a symptom of the technological approach to the world, an approach that tries to manage and control the behavior of all entities, including human beings. Such management may be, in fact, necessary sometimes, but is not the thinker's job to provide it. The alternative to a rule-based ethics, such as Kant's, may be a value-based ethics, such as Max Scheler, the phenomenologist who criticized Kant in his Formalism in Ethics and Non-Formal Ethics of Values. Talk of values is certainly popular in our own times, when every politician harps on its importance. But the opposition to values is a constant in Heidegger's mature thought. For example, Introduction to Metaphysics accuses Nazi philosophy of, quote, fishing in the troubled waters, end quote, of value theory. What could be wrong with values? In his youth, Heidegger associated with philosophers such as Rickert, from whom even truth was a value. But soon he recognized that the ontological status of values is obscure. No politician will be able to define what a value is. A philosopher may resort to Platonism, values exist in some internal realm, or subjectivism, values are created by human concepts, desires, or will. The Platonic answer is embroiled in the traditional oppositions between being and becoming, being and the ought, that Heidegger challenged in Introduction to Metaphysics. The subjectivist answer elevates us to the rank of Lord of Beings. But like all metaphysics, it fails to recognize our openness to being. Valuing imposes our standard on beings instead of acknowledging how they are. As Heidegger insisted in Being in Time, beings already reveal themselves to us as meaningful before we make any value judgments about them. Being in Time, 99. What is his alternative to rules and values then? More essential than instituting rules is that human beings find their way to the abodes in the truth of being. Once again, the key is to recognize our relation to being, and as he often does, Heidegger appeals to etymology to bolster his position. The fundamental meaning of ethos is abodes. We inhabit an open area, the truth of being, within which we can encounter beings. Since to think is essentially to recognize being, thinking turns out to be the highest form of action, for it is the deepest way to find our ethos. End passage. Okay, a lot of stuff is going on here. So again, I'm very sympathetic in certain aspects for this ontological perspective, right? Especially for rules. And the reason why I view that is because I think a more how do I say this? Maybe here's one limited way of thinking about it, which is the most primordial way of being in the world is through a stance, and is through having a worldview. And that is prior to rules, right? Because, first of all, rules assume that you can formalize everything. You can't, problem number one. And there's already a problem big enough that it kills an entire project. But also, that formalization is already imbued with certain assumptions that come from your worldview, your assumptions, and so on. And one of the reasons is precisely because values are so baked in, right? Like Heidegger says all the time, like Polt paraphrases all the time, right? Meaning is inherited, right? Is not inherited, sorry, is inherent in the world. And so rules doesn't quite work. But what does work, I would say, is cultivating that stance towards some goal, right? So it's, and that goal is, and I think that goal is to some degree how do I say this? Your ability to shift your being towards aligning yourself with another way of being is dependent on your perception of this other way of being. And that depends on, let's say, the quality of your perception, which I would argue is very close to our concept of attention. Your ability to pay attention to the other, to something outside yourself, that attention is the sharpening of perception. And that sharpening of perception includes the moral elements, right? And that ability to perceive it is then what allows you to respond to the call that being makes forth, which then elicits a response from you, right? And you attempt to respond to that call by changing your being through what was revealed to you by your perception, which was revealed to you by your quality of attention. And so attention is central, again, coming back to Weil, and Mordaunt. And then what he's trying to say here is, I'm going to read it again. What is the alternative to rules and values then? More essential than instituting rules is that human beings find their way to their abodes in their truth of being. Well, what exactly is the definition of abode? Like, I kind of get it, but I want to see it spelled out properly. A place where a person lives, a dwelling, yeah, a home. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. But like, I'm not exactly sure what to make sense of it. Like, I kind of have an intuition that I get it, but then when I try to articulate it, I kind of can't, which probably means that I don't actually get it. Polt says the key is to recognize our relationship to being. So the relationship to being is this notion of dwelling, of house, of home. Sorry, right? It's kind of like it's where you belong, I suppose. But what does that mean in this context, to belong? Has a normative dimension, I suppose, right? Like if you're outside your home, you want to go home, right? More or less, right? Kind of excluding this modern, touristic or international kind of culture we have. But home is that which you'll eventually return to, right? It's where you live. And so I suppose one way to think about it is where human beings live is in the disclosure of being, right? It is in being openness to being, in being open to being, sorry, right? What does that mean, really? But either way, the reason why I was trying to think it through is because later, after this, he concludes, since to think is essentially to recognize being, thinking turns out to be the highest form of action, for it is the deepest way to find our ethos, right? Ethos meaning abodes, right? Abode meaning home, dwelling, right? So we find our dwelling home through thinking. and that is the highest form of action. And that I highly disagree with, because again, it just depends how you're interpreting all this stuff about home and belonging and dwelling and place. But the way that I've tried to think it through, first of all, it also depends what you mean by action. Like, I think action is kind of a word here, a weird word, sorry. But either way, let's say thinking being the highest. Well, let's simplify to this, right? So like we're cutting so much to try to make it manageable, but this emphasis on thinking, I think it's already very wrong-headed because of everything that I said previously. Like, the highest form of fuck, I'm struggling for words. Like, I kind of always also want to say action, but the word action bothers me because how I think about it is what affords action. Like, it's before action. But I don't know what else to call it. Maybe that's also why Polt used it. Fuck it. Let's go with action. I can't think of anything else. But the highest form of action is attention, right? Or maybe we can say training of attention, right? Maybe that makes it slightly better, right? Because then you have the will element of it, and the activity itself, right? So like attention, yeah, it's kind of weird sometimes to think of it in action, but at least you're attending to the very act of attending. Maybe that's slightly, I don't know. I'm getting a bit lost in my own language here, but yeah, that is the primordial, most fundamental way in which we order the world, and that we become certain kinds of beings. And that is not thinking. That's the point. That is where Heidegger goes very wrong. But it also depends what he means by thinking, because like I also don't think he was like a cognitivist in this kind of like modern sense. So like his thinking probably also is very holistic, I would say. But I still don't like to use it, and I really want to push it in this attention. I think that's really the most productive way to go about it. Anyway, let's move forward. Next passage. Many critics find Heidegger's position on ethics in the latter intolerably vague. Do I have more coffee? I have a little bit. Nice. All right, sorry, let's restart. Many critics find Heidegger's position on ethics in the latter intolerably vague, as in Being in Time he leaves us with no concrete direction. Being in Time told us, be resolute, but did not explain upon what we were to resolve. Now Heidegger says, listen to being, but he does not tell us what being is saying, at least not in enough detail to affect how we treat each other. Readers must decide from themselves. Is Heidegger vagueness a flaw, or is it the honest acknowledgement that truth and freedom cannot be captured in the system of morality? One point to consider is that ethics needs not be based primarily either on rules or on values. It can also be based on the concept of virtue, which in fact has experienced a philosophical revival since Heidegger wrote the Letter of Humanism. In some ways, we can even argue that Heidegger himself is close to Aristotle, the great philosopher of virtue. For both, our highest purpose is to become essentially what we are by practicing our highest activity, the activity of openness to what is and to being itself. Yes, that is wonderfully put. Continuing, yet another way of approaching ethics is in terms of our responsibility to the other. Immanuel Levinas, perhaps the most influential thinker of this topic, develops in a way that involves a sustained and rather persuasive critique of Heidegger. Quote, to affirm the priority of being over beings, quote, writes Levinas, quote, is to subordinate the relation with someone is to subordinate the relation with someone who is a being, parenthesis, the ethical relation, to a relation with the being of beings, which is impersonal, end quote, in end passage. Okay, so I really need to save that, and I really need to read Levinas, actually. I do have his, what is it called? Totality and Infinity, something like that? I do have his book, and I also have a guide on how to read the book, because I've read it's very difficult. So I really need to read that, and I really need to save this quote, because Levinas is a huge, towering figure, so it helps me that he's trying to also critique Heidegger in this sense. So yeah, this whole passage is great, actually. And again, and this comes back to a lot of what I mentioned about stance, right? I think virtue ethics is a much better, useful framework for ethics that represents this kind of stance towards the world, this kind of worldview, right? It's kind of like how you are framing things and how you become the kind of person that uses a better and better frame for each particular situation, right? It's very different than rules. It doesn't mean that rules don't exist or don't matter, but they're not primordial. Rules is kind of like the most basic formalization that you can do so that you have something tangible that is not endlessly context dependent, right? That's why, for example, that's why the Bible isn't just the 10 commandments, right? Or any number of commandments, right? Like those are there because like it's kind of like this is a heuristic of like these are the very basics to not be a fucking idiot, right? And those are true, like those are good rules. But the foundation isn't the rules, right? So there's kind of like this balance of both, right? Not even a balance. A balance is already putting it already even it's already overstating the rules, right? But it's since that rules can be helpful, but always in this minor role. Always just like, here's some loose guidelines, right? Like don't kill, right? It's kind of like that applies really well for like 99% of situations, right? But if there's a murderous, kind of, person, in the street, let's say, killing everyone, right? And you have the ability to stop him, and the only way to stop him is by ending his life, right? Let's say he has a gun and you have a gun, right? And he's just killing people left and right, right? I think it would be really hard to argue that you shouldn't kill that person. Now, does that need a rule, right? Are you gonna do rule for when to violate every rule and then do a rule on those sets of sub rules or meta rules? You can't, obviously. That's why formalization doesn't work. But it's true nevertheless. All right. But yeah, this Levinas bit is great. Let's just move on. Next passage. It seems that the universe has been dissolved into a supply of raw material that can be processed and reprocessed. By digitalizing all our representations of objects, computer technology is accelerating the efficiency, accessibility, and manipulability of data. But what is the purpose of all this manipulation? Heidegger proposes that it is simply the will to will. And this is a quote, the will to will. There is no purpose aside from sheer self-assertion, pure power. We are in the grip of the compulsion of things. What exactly is wrong with this? Some negative consequences of technology are easy to see. We are laying waste too much of our planet and have the potential to destroy our entire species with our devices. Furthermore, the cult of power and control can lead to political nightmares. O'Brien, George Orwell's totalitarian ideology explains, quote, "Power is not a means, it is an end. Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever." End quote and end passage. So this is great, and I really love this quote. This is also something I need to save as well, of Heidegger's The Will to Will. That encapsulates it so well, I think, this modern condition of society and this notion of power. And also like the will, because again, it's this very Nietzschean thing, right? Of like, you just want to increase your ability to impose your will. That is what power is, essentially, right? It's the ability to affirm your agency in the world. But then again, it has this demonic type force to it, because when you do that, it's unavoidable that if that's the goal, then that ends up kind of consuming itself, where what you should pursue is that which increases it, right? It's kind of unavoidable, right? And this is also why AI is so problematic, right? And why we're running into all these kinds of game theory problems in terms of the existential crisis. There's technical words for this, but I'm kind of forgetting. But the reason why it's so problematic is precisely because it's baked in from game theory alone that whatever goal the AI wants, it can do better with more power. And therefore, immediately, power becomes this meta goal, right? It's the goal of goals. And therefore, the more power, the better. Because almost no matter what your goal is, if you have power, you can probably achieve it better, right? And so I think that's a really good diagnosis of modernity. It's precisely this pathological obsession with manipulation, which ends up being the means of exercising power for the sake of extra power. Anyway, that's it. Next passage. Heidegger's fear of the future are less Orwellian than Huxleyan. In Huxley's Brave New World, the planet has been transformed into a place where everyone is satisfied and pleased, amply supplied with sex, drugs, and rock and roll, or its equivalents in the 1930s imagination. Nature has been tamed and turned into a well-managed golf course. There is no descent, but what has been lost is depth, awareness, and freedom. In Huxley's vision, traditional ways and feelings survive only in Native American reservations. Similarly, in 1959, Heidegger wrote, quote, "Today, the authentic thinking that explores the primal role of being lives only in, quote, reservations." Parenthesis, maybe because in its provenance, it is as ancient as the Indians are in their way. End parenthesis. His fear is that once we have gained complete control over ourselves and our natural environment, we will have lost our openness to being. We will no longer be Dasein because we will be so entrapped in technology that we will have no suspicion that there are other, richer ways in which beings can show themselves. We will be completely insensitive to mystery, to the possibility of historical transformation, and to being as something that is worth asking about. End passage. Yeah, wonderful. So this is the whole issue of forgetting other ways of being, right? This stuff that I talk about all the time of like you sinking further and further, right? You recognizing that there's another stance towards the world, that there's another way of acting in the world and of disclosing of the world, right? But it requires for that to be a real possibility. It requires you to be able to have the intelligibility of what those options mean. And the further we go into this aspect of manipulation and power, the more we lose the ability of that perception. And the more we lose that perception, the more we lose our ability to fight against it. But anyway, I talk about this so much that I don't want to dwell on it because I have almost an entire book on this. So, next note. How should we respond to this bleak possibility? Most ways of reacting to technology do not address the fundamental problem. We may notice that we are killing off other species and destroying the wilderness and call for laws that preserve the rainforests. We may point out that the forests contain thousands of useful natural products, even possible cures for cancer, which will be lost if we continue to ruin this environment. This is all well and good, but notice that this approach continues to view nature as a collection of natural resources that is up to us to control and manage. We are still on the way to reducing all other living things to foods, drugs, pets, and zoo specimens. A menagerie is not wilderness. I don't know what that word means, but whatever. What we should do about the basic problem then? Maybe this very question perpetuates technology. When we approach things as problems to be fixed, we're already thinking technologically. But then, what are we supposed to lie back and do nothing at all? But then, are we supposed to just lie back and do nothing at all? That's the question. End passage. So I really agree with this. And again, and I'm not sure if I mentioned this before in the series, but there's this whole notion of environmentalism that I think is always deeply misleading, which is, especially in its more casual public form, which is, it's kind of the beauty of the natural world. And obviously there is beauty in the natural world, and that is worth preserving, but I always found that way of thinking to be a bit problematic because it always strikes me as pornographic, right? It's kind of like nature is worth preserving because it's nice to look at, right? It almost has this erotic, weird element to it, right? Because it's connected to pleasure, right? What if it wasn't worth looking at? Like, is like, you know, it's kind of this. It's kind of, again, this kind of phenomenon where, for example, you know, everyone wants to protect the pandas, right? Because they're so cute. But, you know, there might be some, I don't know, weird species of monkey that's ugly as hell. And who wants to defend those monkeys, right? Like, no one. Everyone wants to defend the pandas, right? Even monkeys is a bad example because we already empathize with monkeys so much because obviously the kind of the great overlap in heritage, right? Evolutionary heritage. But, you know, might be some other example, right? So yeah. So there's this notion of the pornographic kind of frame of how we think about nature, and then there's the whole utility element as well, which is more what's mentioned here. And then here I have a note of connect this to a neoliberal context of psychedelics and the pathology model, right? So and because, like, again, we also see this in psychedelic therapy where, you know, we want to preserve, we want to care about psychedelics, but only through the degree that they're utility driven, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, let's protect these drugs and these experiences, but because they have the ability to help some people, right? And what helping some people mean is that, you know, they're not able to cope in their lives, right? Because they're depressed, they're addicted, right? But it's always within this realm of function, right? Which is important. You know, we don't want people to be so hopeless that they can't function, but we need to be a bit careful on how we frame this because we might think, even without realizing, of framing this in a neoliberal ideology where the goal of life is to have this baseline of function, which is already determined by this market context, right? Of the fact that, for example, you need to work, right? So it's like, oh, you can't work because you're depressed. Oh, then go to the clinic and have the psychedelic experience, right? And so we lose a richer model of what it means to be, right? So for example, the way that I talk about this in my own work of philosophy of psychedelics is that we replaced the vertical model with a vertical axis of transcendence and towards the ultimate good with this with this still vertical axis, but where the culmination of the axis is normal market function. Anyway, I'll leave it at that because, again, I speak about this loads in my work. So, next passage. Heidegger does not want to smash all machines. He just hopes that we can achieve a balanced life that keeps technology in its place. When he expresses this view in a popular lecture, he says simply, quote, "We can use technical devices as they ought to be used and let them alone as something which does not affect our inner and real core." End quote. He never owned a television set, but enjoyed watching sports on other sets. He hated the idea of composing on a typewriter and wrote all his texts by hand, but then had his brother type them. He suggests that we can learn to use our machines in a way that the windmill was once used, as a device that works with nature instead of assaulting it. Little things, quiet changes in the way we dwell in the world may help keep alive the possibility of a post-technological era. End quote. End passage. Yeah, this is great. And again, it's this idea of working with nature. I also talk about this in my book about technology, the altar and the sacred, which is there is a way to use technology, right? But there's a right way and a wrong way. And working with nature, I think that's an alright way to put it. Like it's helpful. I personally think, again, I think morality is central. So I think the way that I like to think about it is that technology needs to be a servant to a higher good, right? And that's not incompatible to what he's saying here, right? When he says, which does not affect our inner and real core. Like, what does that mean, right? Like, what is our inner and real core? Right? It's about what is human. What is human is that which makes us special, and what makes us special is this aspect of intelligibility, of relatability, and of moral perception, which is the good or God, whatever you want. Doesn't matter what words you use. But yeah, all right. Next passage. Trying to rush slightly, even though I shouldn't, just because number one, I'm tired, and we're almost finishing the book. So it would be really nice if I could actually finish it, and then next time we start the book fresh. So next passage. The second objection is that Heidegger views life in monochromatic way that blurs fundamental distinctions. The Holocaust is essentially not the same as mechanized agriculture. Totalitarianism is essentially not the same as democracy, and there are important differences in the purposes to which we put technological devices. They can be used for good or evil, and to ignore these differences is to view humans as robots. Contemporary technology studies tend to be much more concrete than Heidegger's stratospheric reflections. Although GA76 includes a few thoughts on particular devices such as steam engines and automobiles, Heidegger's instinct is to look for a global essence rather than to delve in particular practices. At their worst, Heidegger's analogy of technology are themselves technological. He writes as if he has a technique for unlocking the mechanism of history. But at their best, essays such as The Question Concerning Technology are effective ways of initiating reflection on the deeper trends that lie behind the terrifying events of our age. End passage. So that's a really funny. It's a really funny note and way of putting it, right? So again, it's this notion of generalities, right? But then calling his very critique of technology technological, I think it's quite funny. And I wouldn't put it that way, but I kind of get where they're coming from. There's something to it. But yeah, I do think this notion of particularity is important, and that's also what I try to do in my own work, right? So in my own work, I use this critique of technology from Heidegger very strongly, right? But then, and I suppose I am also working with generalizations, and I'm working in this kind of Heideggerian lineage. But then I'm trying to call out for us to think collectively and try to act on the particulars, right? To think about specific ways of how, for example, our cell phones are causing us harm, like, and then always through looking always at the goal, at what technology should be submitting to, and seeing how can that be implemented. Like, how can you notice when that goes wrong, right? So I kind of feel bad because to some degree I'm also not specific, but I'm trying to wake up people to the problem, and then say, let's try to be specific, right? So I hope I'm not falling in the same trap as Heidegger. I don't think I am, but who knows? Next passage. If Heidegger is right, the same fact cannot be expressed in many different languages because beings and information present themselves differently according to different cultural contexts. The quest for a universal, ambiguous language can only succeed in creating stillborn languages, languages that are locked into a particular interpretation and that are incapable of responding creatively to new experience. Artificial languages are not more objective than natural ones. They are just narrower and more rigid. Language can never be a tool that we control because, in a sense, we owe our being to it. Language plays a part in the fundamental revelation of the world. It helps us to enable us to be someone and notice things in the first place. Even before I choose the words to express what is happening in my head, the pain has been revealed to me within a context that is partially linguistic. End passage. Yeah, so this is the whole, primordiality of language, the importance of language, the importance of context. I also have here a comment of making a connection to the Tower of Babel. I'm guessing because of this. Well, I'm going to skip it. I think I can make the connection, but I think I made a very good exposition of the Tower of Babel in my own book. So I just rather defer to that. Next passage. Oh, damn, this is a long one. My throat is starting to bother me a bit. Here, Heidegger thinks of poetry not as a source of some special aesthetic pleasure, but as a force that can reveal our world and transform our existence. Poetry is certainly much less common than ordinary prose, but that does not mean that it is less fundamental. Poetic language is the elementary emergence into words, the becoming uncovered, of existence as being in the world. Everyday idle talk is a pale reflection of the creative meanings such as those achieved in poetry. This view of poetry fits Heidegger's understanding of authenticity and history, both in an individual life and in the history of a people. And the lucid and creative moments are few, the rest is inauthentic and derivative. This approach tends to undermine our actual distinction between literal and metaphorical uses of language. Consider the possibility that everyday statements such as "my house is on Vine Street" are idle talk derived from poetry. The word "house" in this sentence, then, does not really have a perfectly clear, unambiguous literal meaning. Its meaning is just well-worn, familiar, and seemingly obvious. What is a house, after all? A place to live in, a dwelling. But what is it to dwell? This is already getting puzzling. Maybe dwelling is something like abiding in abodes and resting on it. But what is abiding? We find ourselves forced into more and more poetic language, not because we are abandoning what actually is, but because we are looking at it more deeply. Dwelling on it, we might say. Perhaps when Heidegger says that language is the house of being, he means it literally. Being abides in language, has its abodes. There may be no prosaic way of saying this well, because ordinary prose is just poetry that has lost its disclosive force. End of passage. Yeah, this is brilliant. I really like it. I believe I've talked about the whole notion of poetry before, right? This notion that we're not locking meaning into it, and I really like how he puts it here of like investigating normal usage. It reminds me very much. I really started thinking about it in these terms when I first read Lakoff's work of the metaphors we live by, and then also his other book, Philosophy in the Flesh, right? Then you really get a sense of what this means in very specific terms of linguistics. But Heidegger was already onto this in many ways. All right, next notes. Which is also, actually it's not that big. Okay. And this is the last one. So, for postmodernists, Heidegger's deconstruction of the metaphysics of presence points to an era in which there are no absolute beginnings or boundaries. Heidegger was a centripetal thinker. He always sought the center, the gathering power of being. But postmodern thinkers are centrifugal, exploring the margins of meaning, hoping to practice an ethics and politics that are not about an inmost possibility, but about the other. Despite this difference in direction, it was Heidegger who first made many of the moves that are now part of the postmodern dance. For many English-speaking philosophers, the vision one of being and time releases us from our obsession with propositions and mental contents. It shows that our everyday practices and skills are more fundamental than our theoretical assertions. Heidegger becomes a route back to pragmatism and gives us hope for escaping from the conundrums of analytic epistemology and metaphysics, as well as the computational model of human consciousness. Yeah, this is wonderful, and again, it's this contrast between Heidegger and a lot of postmodernism is very interesting, precisely because there's so many commonalities, but also so many distinctions, right? Like Heidegger really wants to avoid being a relativist, but at the same time, there's postmodernism is also very often oversimplified into relativism when it's a lot more complicated than that. But yeah, and also the way that it's phrased here of like postmodern thinkers are centrifugal, exploring the margins of meaning, hoping to practice an ethics and politics that are not the inmost possibility, but about the other. I don't know exactly what this means, the ownmost possibility. But anyway, but the other, that makes sense, right? It's related to this notion of marginality. But yeah, this is really well put. Although this is not the last note. There's another one that's very short after. So, and the last one. Heidegger often insisted that philosophy is not a worldview. Philosophy is the activity of questioning being. A worldview is a rigid representation of beings. And then there's a footnote that says, Heidegger's most thorough exploration of this issue is in JA 27. Here he concludes that philosophy can be understood as a kind of worldview, but has a stance. All right, I'm messing up the intonation of this. Sorry, I'm just going to repeat the sentence. Here he concludes that philosophy can be understood as a kind of worldview, but has a stance, Haltung, rather than a standpoint, which is halt. End of passage. Okay, this is really good. And again, I talk a lot about stance, so this is really good to save up. I really need this reference. But yeah, that's it. Holy shit, we finished. Heidegger, an introduction by Richard Pohl. Oof, that was a lot of notes. I really marked the shit out of this book, but that's just because it's so good. So anyway, see you next time with the next book. I don't even know which one it is, but we'll see. Test. All right, another Heidegger video. Last time we finished Polt's book, which was very satisfying. So now we're gonna turn to a new book, and I was quite indecisive which one to go for, because I have a lot of them. I still have. We went through now, I don't know, like 3 or 4, something like that. I think I still have, at the bare minimum, 8, maybe 10, something like that. Although some of them don't have a lot of notes, so some of them will be fairly quick to go through. So I was trying to decide which one to pick. I ended up going for the book, right? Like Being in Time. And the reason being is because I think this one will be the biggest drag. So I want to get it out of the way while I still have some motivation to finish Heidegger's project. There's like the biggest ones that I'm dreading are this one, then the collected works of Heidegger, which is like a lot of his essays on art and stuff like that. And then Dreyfus's book as well, Being in the World. I really like Dreyfus' book, but I just remember taking a lot of notes, and so I just know that it's going to take forever to go through. So yeah, just trying to kind of front load the hardest things, at least for now. I'll probably take a break between this and Dreyfus, but yeah. So let's start. So first of all, we're still at the forewords. So let's begin here. Start of passage. Heidegger's most extensive, significant, and explicit self-assessment of being in time is perhaps found in his contributions to philosophy of the event. There, as elsewhere, Heidegger views that the project of fundamental ontology as it is outlined in Being in Time could not, in the end, be completed. Indeed, it is striking that much of the vocabulary and structures that he so painstakingly developed in Being in Time would disappear from his work over the next decades. Despite this, Heidegger was both empathetic and unwavering in his insistence that working through the project of Being in Time, while coming to understand its insights and its limits, was a decisive and ineluctable step on the path that thinking needs to take in our times. Thus, while Heidegger never resumed this project, he never repudiated it either. On the contrary, he frequently returned to it as he re-examined and rethought his own path of thinking. Despite, or even perhaps because of, the aborted chapter of his aims in Being in Time, this book was a constant touchstone for Heidegger's own path of thinking, and it would become a landmark in the history of philosophy that continues to challenge us today. End quote. End passage, rather. So this is really, really interesting. I mean, I already knew this, but it's, has just my commentary here. It's actually really interesting that so much of his language and thought changed from Being in Time, yet Being in Time is still what he's known for today, and it's still mostly what I have in mind when I speak about Heidegger and when I use Heidegger. And so when I read things like this, it always kind of makes me wonder, that maybe I should pay more attention to his other reading and later works more specifically. And I actually have a specific book that is about Heidegger's later thinking, but I didn't, which we'll go through eventually through the notes that I took. But it doesn't have a lot of notes because I actually didn't finish the book. It was just being too much of a drag. I just lost motivation, and I didn't want to force it. But also one of the reasons was because it was kind of it was a collection of essays, basically, right? Like an edited volume, a bunch of authors. And those books can be nice, but sometimes, the lack of coherence, it's not as nice to read as just a book like Polt's book, right? Polt's book is very coherent. One thing builds on the next. And so that's kind of missing in an edited volume like that. And so because late Heidegger is already difficult and is already a little bit of a drag, maybe that wasn't the best book to buy. So maybe I should come back to later Heidegger at some point. But I should get like a single author just describing his thought and explaining how it differs from early Heidegger. But anyway, so continuing, next passage. Being in Time begins by referring to a double forgetfulness characterizing our historical presence. We have not only forgotten the question of being and how to ask it, but this forgetting itself is no longer noticed. It too has been forgotten. This forgetting is not an error or a mistake that we can simply correct. One does not forget the question of being the way one forgets one's keys. Nor is it a question of being a question that one can ask in the form that most questions take. Rather, the sources of such a question, as well as the way it is forgotten, are, as Heidegger's analysis shows, rooted in our way of being. Factical life is necessarily bound in a movement that conceals as well as reveals. The same structures that disclose factical life should shroud it in obscurity. As Heidegger puts it elsewhere, life is immanent. A start quote. Life is immanent and hazy. It is always and again encloses itself in a fog. End quote. I should really save this note, by the way. It's pretty nice. Anyway, although our way of being always involves us in the fog of forgetfulness, which, for the most part, we don't even notice, our way of being equally involves us in opening up and clearing the question of being. Asking the question of what it means to be and not be defines and distinguishes each of us and determines the way we live our lives. Our way of being in the world is shaped fundamentally and in every respect by the fact that each of us is always preoccupied with this question, even if it is not thematized as such, and even when it is forgotten. Yet, precisely because we have forgotten how to ask this question, and because we have become numb to what moves us, to pose the question of being. The first and largest task of being in time is to recover it and renew it. Okay. No commentary needed there. It's just good overall description of being in time's project. Next question, next passage. As it is the case with German nouns in general, the terms Dasein and Angst, which remain untranslated, retain capitalization. No other English expressions are capitalized, including the term being. Capitalized being, although it has the dubious merit of treating being as something unique, risks implying that it is some kind of super thing or transcendent being. But Heidegger's use of being is in no sense refers to the word or something like a being, especially not the transcendent being. Heidegger does not want to substantivize these words, yet capitalizing the word in English does tend to imply just that. The latter words for being, ereignis, appropriation, belonging together, and das Gewalt, the fourfold, expresses relations that first constitute any possible relata or things, and thus confirm this non-substantializing intention. End passage. So I do like to capitalize being. So I don't really agree with this, but whatever, it doesn't matter. But also this notion of the transcendent, it always depends what is transcendent. Like I would call being transcendent, like not in the sense of like that is this object that is in this other worlds, right? But and the history of transcendence is always a bit tricky. Like people mean slightly different things and whatnot. But the way it's transcendent in the sense that you can never capture it, and it's outside specific existence, right? To me, that's a reasonable, framing of something transcendent, right? It's certainly not here, right? And it is not here because it is ultimately here, but it is ultimately here in the sense that it is everywhere. Like it is this, right? And I'm involved with it all the time, right? So in this, so I suppose in this sense you can argue, right, that it's fully non-transcendent because it is fully present all the time, right? Transcendent almost implies this notion of not here but there, right? But then all these categories already are a bit fuzzy. Like, what do you mean by here? What do you mean by there, right? Because when you think about being, even though it's like the closest thing to you, right? It still involves a kind of transcendence of your perception of beings, right? Of specific beings, right? Like it's an abstraction, right? And even abstractions in general, to me, are already a little bit, within the transcendent realm, right? Or that kind of thinking. but yeah, I get the argument. I'm not trying to say it's wrong or anything. It's just that to me it doesn't seem as much of an issue. I think people are just have too much of a knee jerk reaction to anything transcendent because it's like, related to magical stuff or like super traditional interpretations of theism and things like that. Anyway, another passage. Another particular problematic word is verfallen, which does not literally mean falling, but speaks rather of a falling prey to something, parenthesis, the world. In other words, it is a kind of motion that is unable to go anywhere, while one might render the substantive, das Verfallen, as Ensnarrement. I chose to translate it as entanglement, to avoid the connotation of a trap. End passage. So first of all, this notion of falling prey rather than falling is actually really interesting, because I think that even increases its religiosity, right? Because when we think about sin, right, it's and like even like the very early monks of early Christianity, they speak about sin as falling, right? Like you fall and you get up. This is monasticism 1-on-1, right? Well, it's actually every day 1-on-1, but more exemplified in the monastic life, or at least that kind of literature. But this falling is does have this notion of falling prey, which is right there's that you're being preyed on by this force, right? And it requires this active attention towards the good in order to not fall prey to it, right? And then there's this notion of entanglement, which I think is also a really nice word as well, because it does have this notion that it's preventing you, like it restricts agency, which once again very religious, right? It's kind of like one of the reasons why sin is bad, or one of the reasons why passions are bad, or attachments are bad, even in a Buddhist sense, is that they prevent you from moving forward. They reduce your agency, right? And it's also why it has this demonic connotation in a lot of Abrahamic traditions. Although even in Buddhism it does, because it feels like there's something that is preventing you from going anywhere, right? So for example, if you think about the deepest states of human suffering caused by the person themselves, to some degree, obviously there's all kinds of social and political forces, but if you look at the individual, like individual that is depressed or has trauma or is addicted, I don't mean to say that it's their fault necessarily, but in the sense that now their mental models are causing them suffering, right? The very dynamic of their existential position is precisely being entangled in their own constructions, right? In their own, like they're entangled in this very specific way of being that is that prevents them from moving forward, right? So for example, the addiction keeps consuming, right, the person, right? So again, already this relationship of falling prey that is very apt. And then depression as well, right? Like you're unable to move forward, like it always pulls you down, it always pulls you in these modes of overthinking and worthlessness and all these kinds of things. So all this terminology I think is very fitting. But yeah. Okay, so that ended that passage. So, let me see. Yeah, so now we start being in time properly. We finished kind of the preface or introduction, wherever this is. And now, it starts with a quote from Plato, from the Sophist. And start quote, "For manifestly you have long been aware of what you mean when you use the expression being. We, however, who used to think we understood it, have now become perplexed." End quote. So Heidegger then comments on this sophist quote, and he says, "Do we in our time have an answer to the question of what it really means by the word being? Not at all. So it is fitting that we should raise it anew, the question of the meaning of being. But are we nowadays even perplexed or any inability to understand the expression being? Not at all." God damn it, I reread the same sentence, sorry. So first of all, we need to reawaken an understanding of the meaning of this question. The aim of the following treatise, I have no idea how to pronounce this, is to work out the question of the meaning of being, and to do so concretely. The provisional aim is the interpretation of being as the possible horizon for any understanding whatsoever of being. End of passage. Okay, so I would like to know I'd like to know maybe a little bit more context about what exactly Plato had in mind when he wrote this, because yeah, I would just like to see how much Heidegger is kind of stretching Plato here, but I don't want to make a tangent here. But yeah, it's just, long story short, just a good overall intro into the problem Heidegger is going to attempt to solve. Next passage. If the question of being is to be explicitly formulated and brought to complete clarity concerning itself, then the elaboration of this question requires, in accord to what it has been elucidated up to now, explication of the ways of regarding being, of understanding and conceptualizing, grasping its meaning, and conceptually grasping its meaning. Preparation of the possibility of the right choice of the exemplary being, and elaboration of the genuine mode of access to this being. Regarding, understanding, and grasping, choosing, and gaining access to, are constitutive attitudes of inquiry, and thus themselves modes of being of a particular being, of the being we inquires ourselves in each case are. Thus the work out of the question of being means to make a being, one who questions, transparent in its being. Asking this question as a mode of being of a being is itself essentially determined by what is asked about it, by what is asked about in it, being. This being, which we ourselves in which case are, and which includes inquiry among the possibilities of its being, we formulate terminologically as Dasein. The explicit and lucid formulation of the question of the meaning of being requires a prior suitable explanation of a being, Dasein, with regards to its being. Okay, so and then there's a footnote to the previous passage, which says, Dasein is not an instance of being for the representational abstraction of being. Rather, it is the site of the understanding of being. End passage. Okay, so this is great, and it's a good explainer of embarking on this project, which is we want to know being, right? But then the variability, I'm not sure if I'm putting this in the right way, but I would say something like this. The variability of asking the question presupposes a kind of being. Maybe let's try to figure out what this kind of being is, right? And then Heidegger names it, Dasein, right? So it's kind of like we need to pick a starting point, right? So maybe let's pick a starting point of the condition that allows us to ask the question, right? And especially because only us can ask this question, right? A cat cannot ask this ultimate question, right? So there's a special condition to some degree to the kind of being we are. So that makes it a reasonable starting point. So that's at least that's my understanding of how he starts this. The resulting fundamental concepts comprise the guidelines for the first concrete disclosure of the domain. Whether or not the importance of research always lies in such establishment of concepts, its true progress comes not so much in collecting results and storing them in handbooks, as in being forced to ask questions about the basic constitutions of each domain. These questions being chiefly a reaction to increasing knowledge in each area. Got a bit lost here. Let me see. What the hell is he talking about? The researching fundamental concepts comprise the guidelines for the first concrete disclosure of the domain. Whether or not the importance of the research always lies in such establishment of concepts, its true progress comes about not so much in collecting results and storing them in handbooks as being forced to ask the questions about the very basic constitutions of each domain. The questions of being chiefly a reaction to increasing knowledge. Okay, I get it. So it's not just about increasing this all these facts about a particular domain that you're investigating, right? But asking the right questions about the very fundamental assumptions that are driving this collection, this analysis, and this interpretation of set facts. So Heidegger continues. The real movement of the sciences takes place in the revision of these basic concepts, a revision which is more or less radical and lucid with regards to itself. A science level of development is determined by the extent which it is capable of a crisis in its basic concepts. In these imminent crises of the sciences, the relationship of positive questioning to the matter in question becomes unstable. Today, tendencies to place research on new foundations have cropped up on all sides of the various disciplines. The discipline which is seemingly the strictest and most securely structured, mathematics, has experienced a crisis in its foundations. The controversy between formalism and intuitionism centers on obtaining and securing primary access to what should be the object of this science. Relativity theory in physics grew out of the tendency to expose nature's own coherence as it is in itself. As a theory of the conditions of access to nature itself, it attempts to preserve the immutability of the laws of motion by defining all relativities. It is thus confronted by the question of the structure of its pre-given area of knowledge, that is, by the problem of matter. In biology, the tendency has awakened to get behind the definitions that mechanism and vitalism have given to organism and life and to define anew the kind of being of living beings as such. In the historical and humanistic disciplines, the drive towards historical actuality itself has been strengthened by the transmission and portrayal of tradition. The history of literature is to become the history of critical problems. Theology is searching for a more original interpretation of human being towards God, prescribed by the meaning of faith itself and remaining with it. Theology is slowly beginning to understand again Luther's insights that its quest for dogma rests on a foundation that does not stem from a questioning in which faith is a primary and whose that in God damn it, sorry, in which faith is primary and whose conceptual apparatus is not only insufficient for the range of problems in theology, but rather covers them up and distorts them. Okay, I think the most important thing is the issue about science, right? And I'm not sure why he goes into so much detail here. I don't think he deserves it. But either way, it's funny that this is very Kuhnian, right? Like this is way before the structures of scientific revolutions, right? I don't know exactly when. I don't know exactly when Kuhn wrote this. I'm gonna guess 50s, 60s, something like that. So being in time is way further, and he was already hinting at this stuff, right? Let me see if there's the actual original date. It says here 1953, but that can't be right, surely. No, I think it's this 26. Yeah, 1926. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, but yeah, yeah, but basically, this whole science thing, right? It's again, it's questioning assumptions, right? It's about trying to get a grip on its foundations, right? And that is what Heidegger is trying to do fundamentally, but about the very question before all other questions are asked, right? Which is, what does it mean for something to exist? Whoops, I actually forgot to track this note. Let me just fix that really quick. Okay. So, another passage. Dasein is a being that does not simply occur among other beings. Rather, it is ontically distinguished by the fact that in its being, this being is concerned about its very being. Thus, it is constitutive of the being of Dasein to have, in its very being, a relationship of being to this being. And this in turn means that Dasein understands itself in its being in some way and with some explicitness. It is proper to this being that it's to be. It is proper to this being that it be disclosed to itself with and through its being. Understanding of being is itself a determination of the being of Dasein. The ontic distinction of Dasein lies in the fact that it is ontological. To be ontological does not yet mean to develop an ontology. Thus, we reserve the term ontology for the explicit theoretical question of the being of beings. The ontological character of Dasein referred to here is to be designated as pre-ontological. That does not signify simply being ontical, but rather being in the matter of understanding of being. End of passage. Okay, so that is heavy. Even though it's not that long, it's like 2 tiny paragraphs. He packs a bunch here, right? So again, Dasein is just a being that's just not like all other beings, right? And why not? Because we care about our being, right? It's this notion of, again, reflexivity of the questioning, right? Of asking or wondering about purpose. All right, sorry, I just need to. Where was I? Thus it is constitutive. Right, okay. So it is parts of our being, Dasein, a relation of being to this being. Okay, I think that's a weird way of phrasing it, but I think it's kind of connected to what we covered before. Then it says, Dasein understands itself in its being in some way and with some explicitness. It is proper to this being to be disclosed to itself with and through its being. So we understand our own being through the sense that we are concerned about our being. It's proper to this being that to be disclosed itself. So yeah, I think this is just what I mentioned before, right? So fuck, Heidegger is so dense. This is why I started with the introductions first, because the original writings are just thick as hell sometimes. And I kind of understand the overall direction. It's just that articulating it properly is so difficult. He says, understanding of being is itself a determination of being. Okay, let me see. First of all, ontek, I think it just means kind of like object-like, right? Like specific beings. Let me see. Ontek. Yeah, concrete entities and facts, right? Exactly. I knew that, but I just want to double check. Yeah, so the ontic distinction of Dasein. So what makes us special about our specific being, right? So like within all this specificity, what makes us special is precisely that we can get out of this ontic category by going deeper into the ontological, which is to ask what it means to be, right? Now, what it means to be, I don't know here if it's best to thought of what it means for ourselves to be or what it means to be in general. I think it's both, but maybe it starts with us first. Because maybe I'm going off a tangent here. Maybe I'm deviating a little bit from Heidegger, but maybe one way to think about it is this notion of reflexivity. The fact that we can have this like metacognition, right, and that we can apprehend different possibilities of the world, and that it can be configured in particular ways for different purposes, right? It necessarily asks the question of how you yourself should be conceptualized as, right? Like because you the no the fact that you can ask questions, I think first shows up to you, to yourself, right? Like what should I do? What kind of creature am I, right? What does it mean to say that I am something, right? So I think first maybe there's this questioning of the self to some degree, right? And then because you're able to, because I also think this has very much to do with identity, right? Which is like everything you do, when you do something, it always has this element of like you do it for a particular purpose, right? So there's a hierarchy of purposes, right? So you have this framework that is guiding your life, right? In the same way that a cat also has a bunch of values, let's say, even though I don't like to use values too much in this context. I try to use it more in the human context, but whatever, right? It has this structure of cares and valence, right? But then the cat doesn't quite step out of it, right? But the human kind of can, right? And we can because we evaluate it, right? Like we step back. And so then we just ask the question of like, should I change this trajectory that I'm going, like the way that I'm approaching the world, right? And then we can also then further exteriorize, right? Like externalize this kind of inquiry into reality as a whole, right? Like how can the world be? What kind of world is it, right? Like we start recognizing this, the fact that the world kind of requires that has an element of humanness into it, right? That we're co-constructors in this world coming to be, right? And I kind of forgot how I started. I kind of got lost now, but basically there's two ways, right? Which is like either it starts on the inside and then it becomes external, or it's first external and then becomes internal, right? I think I wanted to do this juxtaposition, and I think I forgot to say the latter to give the other side of the coin. I don't know which one is first, really. Maybe I'm leaning a little bit more towards the internal first. Although it's also worth noting that these very categories of internal and external is already part of Heidegger's project to dismantle. So maybe we should be a bit careful with that kind of wording, but nevertheless, maybe it's just a helpful way to start thinking about it. Then he says, to be ontological does not yet mean to develop an ontology. Thus, if we reserve the term ontology to the explicit theoretical question of the being of beings, the ontological character of Dasein referred to it here is designed to be pre-ontological. Right. Okay. So maybe, I suppose, the way that I'm interpreting this is ontology is the formulation of what it means to exist, right? But then Dasein is the one doing that formalization, right? So it's pre-formalization. It's the very foundation that allows ontology to emerge, right? And so he calls this understanding of being, right? It's precisely this grasping of what makes ontology possible. Okay, end passage. All right, let's end it here. I am cutting it. I am cutting it very short, but that's because I received a message that needs my attention. It's kind of a problem that I have to solve, and that's kind of contaminating my mind, and it's distracting me. So I don't want to. Being in time is hard enough. Being distracted makes it 100 times harder. So we'll stop here, and we'll continue next time. Test.
All right, just before we begin, I got this nice little extra Heidegger book. I was really trying not to buy more Heidegger books, but this one was just too irresistible. On the Absence and Unknowability of God, Heidegger and the Aerophagite, Phagite, I don't know how to pronounce this, by Christos Yanaras, assuming I'm pronouncing this correctly. But it looks wonderful. But anyway, that aside, let's continue where we left off in Being in Time. I've been kind of dreading this, to be honest, because I remember struggling in the last session. But whatever, at least I'm doing this in the morning, and I have a bunch of coffee, so let's hope that I can power through it. All right. So, start of passage. Thus, fundamental ontology, from which alone all other ontologies can originate, must be sought in the existential analysis of Dasein. Dasein takes priority in several ways over all other beings. The first priority is a nontic one. This being is defined in its being by existence. The second priority is an ontological one. On the basis of its determination, has existence, Dasein is in itself ontological. But just as Dasein possesses, in a matter constitutive of its understanding of existence, an understanding of the being of all beings unlike itself, Dasein therefore has a third priority, has the ontic ontological condition of the possibility of all ontologies. Dasein has proven itself to be that which, before all other beings, is ontologically the primary being to be interrogated. End of passage. Okay, so this is a nice little passage. It's again, why do we care about Dasein, right? Like, why would we care about human existence in relationship to thinking about reality, basically, right? And it's something I've spoken a lot about, right? It's kind of like why the priority of the human and so on. But trying to unpack this is not so easy, right? So he says, ontologies originate from this fundamental ontology. And that fundamentology must be sought from the existential analysis of Dasein, right? So what Dasein existentially is. And then he says, there is an ontic priority, right? Which is actually a bit confusing, right? Because he says, this being is defined in its being by existence. What does that mean? This being is defined in its being by existence. This being is defined. Okay. I suppose one way of saying is that I suppose that just means at the end of the day that we exist. And our existence is defined by simply that very existence. Right? I'm just trying to unpack this so that it doesn't make it tautological. This being is defined in its being by existence. Okay. I'm not sure if it's correct, but the way that I'm interpreting this is that it's just the bare fact of existence before this reflexivity, existential kind of recursive analysis of being. But I might be wrong, but let's see. Then the second priority is an ontological one. The basis of its determination has existence. Dasein is in itself ontological, right? So again, I'm not 100% sure if I'm interpreting this correctly, but how I'm reading it now is that on the basis of its determination has existence. Basis of its determination.
Hmm. Yeah, the way that my mind goes is that this would be this kind of like reflexive aspect, right? This existential aspect. But I'm not 100% sure if that's actually what he means. But then he says, that Dasein possesses an understanding of all beings unlike itself. And what I get from that, the way that I read it, is this notion of intelligibility, right? The fact that we have this ability to ask, to investigate, to ponder of what it means to be, that then we can investigate all other beings, right? And so this position makes us the bearers of ontology, which is this fundamental ontology that he's talking about, right? And that's what I take from it. However, because this is a very foundational passage, I want to run this through my custom LLM, especially because this is like very core Heidegger, and so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have some nice stuff about this, especially from Sadler's lectures. So I really want to make sure that I'm getting the proper footing here, because otherwise I might run into trouble later. So I'm just going to take a picture and then I say explain this saved section from, let's say, this fundamental to being to be interrogated. Okay. But I think my interpretation is decent. So to recap, Dasein has these three things that Heidegger mentions here, right? So there's the ontic priority, the ontological priority, and then the ontico-ontological priority, right? And then Sadler describes it like this. Ontologies which have beings unlike Dasein as their theme are accordingly founded and motivated in the ontic structures of Dasein itself. The ontic distinction lies in the fact that it is ontological. All ontologies are founded and motivated in the ontic structures of Dasein itself. So I understand this dependency, this contingency of Dasein. Although I don't understand it why they make it ontic. Why is it an ontic structure? Because what I take from ontic is precisely this non disclosure aspect of reality. That's just a stupid way of saying it. I can't quite put it into words, but it's basically like individual beings, right? Well, but I guess, yeah, I guess it can be individual beings in the sense that Dasein is an individual being, right? And so I suppose the disclosure of beings, which is this fundamental ontology, depends on what kind of being this specific being is, which is us. I guess that works. Right. So again, it says this fundamental ontology. What it means is that it's not just one more theory about what exists, but it's this inquiry into the meaning of being itself that grounds all the more specific ontologies and sciences. Yes, because all scientific fields, all philosophical domains already presume what it is. They make an ontological commitment. So let's go with these three priorities to make sure we get it here. So Dasein has first priority because its being is determined by existence. Dasein is ontically distinctive because of its own being is an issue for it. Okay, so a rock is, a chair is, a dog lives. But Dasein isn't just in this state of is a certain thing, right? It's something that can make itself, that it can question, that it can evolve, that can be interpreted. Okay, so yeah, the way that Sadler puts it is very similar to how I put it, which I quote: "The ontic distinction of Dasein lies in the fact that it is ontological. This being is concerned about its very being." Okay, this makes sense. Then the text says Dasein has second priority because it is ontological in itself. And here it says that Dasein already has a pre-ontological understanding of being simply by existing. Okay, I think I'm going to quote directly from Heidegger. The second priority is an ontological one. On the basis of its determination as existence, Dasein is in itself ontological. Okay. The way that this is kind of the way that this is kind of interpreting this is in the sense that the world is already meaningful, right? So we already have a structure that orients this ontology. And even though we, as the beings of this fundamental ontology, it still doesn't mean that we create it, right? So like we already find ourselves with this framework that allows intelligibility, but it's not the but it comes like prepackaged, right? It has this structure, right? That presupposes some understanding of being, right? Because we don't just encounter data and then there's meaning on top, right? We've talked about this loads, right? So the meaning comes baked in. And then Sadler says, to be ontological does not yet mean to develop an ontology. We human beings are continuously engaged ontically and ontologically with the world, with being, and with ourselves. And this also has to do, again, with these notions of embodiment, right? Because that meaning is always related to embodiment, right? So it's very much to do with these affordances, right? Like the solicitations that I get out of my environment, the solicitations are based on my purposes. My purposes are embedded in my historical contingency, right? In my values that are shaped by my culture and my history and, my values and so on. And so it's always this like, it's always this like worldly concern, right? And this can be, I think, understood in two ways. One is kind of like the whole evolutionary heritage that led to the kind of beings that we are. And also another way is to just view it as this like very, I suppose, quasi-theological understanding of finitude, right? The fact that you're embedded in history. right? But this structure, number one, it is what makes any ontology possible, but also at the same time, it's something that's kind of like not explicit, right? It's kind of it runs in the background, right? It is the very lens through which you look at the world. Then we have the third priority, the ontico-ontological priority. So here it says that, Dasein is not one object among others, which is, yeah, sure, fine. And then Dasein is the being through which any ontology of any being becomes possible at all. Because every ontology requires a disclosed world, intelligibility, interpretation, and access to beings as beings. Yeah, sure. But what confuses me is that this was already implied by the other things, I think. The way that I stated it, at least. So we have this condition of possibility for ontology. And I really like how Heidegger himself even approaches the topic of sciences, for example, to try to make this more salient and more grounded into how we actually investigate the world, because it's also very much related to this notion of relevance, right? The fact that there's infinite facts, and even a scientific approach to try to be very careful with your methodology of collecting and interpreting facts and generating hypotheses about these facts. Those are really always presuppose a framework of what to care about and how to interpret things and so on and so forth, right? But at the same time, I think this can be stated in much simpler terms than Heidegger does here, right? I think Heidegger's terminology is really useful, but here I don't think it's that useful. So and then the way that the LLM describes here, I don't think this is a direct quotation from the lectures. I think he's just synthesizing this on its own. But to me, this is really spot on. Like, I almost feel like this is an exact quote from one of my previous sessions. It says, if the question is the meaning of being, the first being we must interrogate is Dasein, because Dasein is the being that already understands being and makes ontology possible. That's a perfect synthesis in my book. So, to recap, ontology asks the being of beings, not just facts about individual entities. But then in order to do that, in order to ask that very question, it only makes sense if those beings are intelligible for the being asking the question, right? Like, there needs to be a perspective through which that intelligibility is disclosed, and already kind of presupposes that intelligibility. Otherwise, the question is kind of meaningless. And that being is us, right? We understand the world, or we can understand the world, right? And so that gives us a special privilege, and then everything flows from that. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. So yeah, I think my interpretation was right. But it's good to have some confirmation, especially because like I trust Sadler a lot. So when I see kind of like a specific quotation from his lectures that kind of matches kind of what I was thinking, to me that's very valuable, just in case. So next passage. Phenomenology is the way of access to and the demonstrative manner of determination of that which is to become the theme of ontology. Ontology is possible only as phenomenology. The phenomenological concept of phenomenon has self-showing, means the being of beings, its meaning, modification, derivatives. This self-showing is nothing arbitrary, nor is it something like an appearing. The being of beings can least of all be something behind which something else stands, something that does not appear. Essentially, nothing stands behind the phenomena of phenomenology. Nevertheless, what is to become a phenomenon can be concealed, and it is precisely phenomena, and it's precisely because phenomena are initially and for the most part not given that phenomenology is needed. Being covered up is the counter concept to phenomena. There are various ways phenomena can be covered up. In the first place, phenomena can be covered up in the sense that it's still completely undiscovered. There is neither knowledge nor lack of knowledge about it. Moreover, a phenomena can be submerged. This means that it was once discovered, but then it got covered up again. This covering up can be total, but more commonly, what was once discovered may still be visible, though only has a semblance. However, where there is semblance, there is being. This covering up has dissimulation, is the most frequent and the most dangerous kinds. Because here the possibilities of being deceived and misled are especially pernicious. Within a system, the structures and concepts of being that are available, but concealed with respect to their autochtony, what the fuck is this word? Anyway, may perhaps claim their rights. On the basis of their integrated structure in the system, they present themselves as something clear, which is in no need of further justification, and which therefore can serve as a point of departure for a process of deduction. Okay, that was a lot there. We should break this in half. So first of all, there's this whole notion of phenomenology, which is interesting because like this reminds me of this kind of metaphysics of presence, right? Like something shows up, which I kind of now forgot exactly how Heidegger speaks about it. But if I remember correctly, he's kind of critical, right? Because he wants to have this notion of aletheia, which is like this unfolding that which comes from the void, let's say, right? From that which is not uncovered, from that which is covered. Which is kind of what he's saying here, I think. Right? So there's this notion of presence, right? But it's like, yes, it is present, but the present always assumes and depends on what is not present. Right? So there's this phenomenology, right? Self-showing. And then he says, the being of beings can least of all be something behind which something else stands, something else that does not appear. This is what I don't understand, right? But when he says nothing else stands behind the phenomena of phenomenology, then he says, nevertheless, what is to become a phenomena can be concealed. And it is precisely because phenomena are initially and for the most part not given that phenomenology is needed. Being covered up is the counter concept to phenomena. So I completely understand this duality, right? I just don't understand this metaphor of the behind, which he seems to be going against, right? Because if he says that there's this like part that is not given, that the phenomenology is that through which is present, then what's the issue of considering what's behind to be that which is not present, right? Which is covered up? So, not exactly sure, but then he talks about several levels of being undiscovered, whatever. I think that's pretty intuitive, right? But then he says, then he says about this covering up that can be misleading, right? He says, a frequent and dangerous kind, right? Which is like the possibilities of being deceived and misled are especially pernicious, right? The language he uses here is a bit weird. I'm having a bit trouble understanding, but I think the general gist is something being misinterpreted as something else, right? It's almost like this deception of what it is rather than not seeing that it is, right? It's more like instead of being in a void, it's being shown, right? But the way that we are receiving it is misleading. Or maybe there's something else, because he also means that on the basis of their integrated structure in the system, they present themselves as something clear, which is in no need of further justification, and therefore can serve as a point of departure for a process of deduction. Okay, I don't know if he means two things here, which is what I said before in this, or if I was misinterpreting the first a little bit. But either way, what he's trying to say here is like another very problematic and common point is also that you do see what has been disclosed, but you always take it to be self-evident and exhaustible, right? So you are focusing on that which is present at the expense out of that which is not present, which made what is present in the first place. So it's this, yeah. So it's just this interpretive lens on the world where you're just fixing up what shows up, and that necessarily prevents from your understanding of being adaptive, being continuous, right? And therefore, it becomes dead, essentially, right? Anyway, let's leave it at that. So that's the end of this passage. Let's see what's our next one. Has a being, Dasein always defines itself in terms of a possibility which is. And that means, at the same time, that it is somehow understands itself in its being. That is the formal meaning of the constitution of the existence of Dasein. But for the ontological interpretation of this being, this means that the problematic of its being is to be developed out of the existentiality of its existence. However, this cannot mean that Dasein is to be construed in terms of a concrete possible idea of existence. At the beginning of analysis, Dasein is precisely not to be interpreted in the differentiation of a particular existence. Rather, it is to be uncovered in the indifferent way in which it is initially and for the most part. This indifference of the everyday Dasein is not nothing, rather a positive phenomenal characteristic. All existence is how it is out of this kind of being and back to it. We call this everyday indifference to Dasein averageness. Okay, I feel like there was kind of two different kind of takes here. I'm not sure if I got lost on the way. So there's this notion of possibility and concreteness, right? Or actuality. Actuality is a better term, right? So there's actuality, which is like things just is. But then things can also like be open to another mode of being that depends on this ontological interpretation of Dasein, right? So like things just exist in their own right, but then they have like this existential interpretive possibility through Dasein's engagement and questioning. That's one of the things that come to mind, although I'm not sure if I'm getting it exactly right. But then he says, however, this cannot mean that Dasein is to be construed in terms of a concrete possible idea of existence. At the beginning of the analysis, Dasein is precisely not to be interpreted in the differentiation of a particular existence. Dasein is precisely to not be interpreted in the differentiation of a particular existence. Rather, it is to be uncovered in the indifferent way in which it is initially and for the most part. This is kind of weird to me because, like, the way that I'm framing is precisely that, you know, there's this possibility of existence that comes through Dasein. But he seems to be cautioning against making that interpretation, right? So I'm trying to wrestle with that and try to figure out what that means. Then he says this indifference of the everydayness of Dasein is not nothing, but rather a positive phenomenological characteristic. All existence is how it is out of this being and back into it. Yeah, a bit lost here. Let's read this again. Actually, I didn't read the second paragraph yet. That was just the first paragraph of the passage. So, and then it says, because this average everydayness constitutes the ontic immediacy of this being, it was and will be passed over again and again in the explication of Dasein. What is ontological nearest and familiar is ontologically the furthest, unrecognized and constantly overlooked in its ontological significance. Augustine asks, what is closer to me than myself? And must answer, assuredly I labor here and I labor within myself. I have to become to myself a land of trouble and inordinate sweat. This holds true not only for the ontic and pre-ontological opacity of Dasein, but to a higher degree for the ontological task of not only failing to see this being in its phenomenally nearest kind of being, but making it accessible in its positive characteristics. I'm still a little bit lost, but this notion of the fact that, you know, what is ontically nearest and familiar is ontologically the furthest, the way that I'm reading this is precisely this notion of the fact that, you know, we take things from granted, and the more familiar it is, the more we struggle questioning, right? But that questioning is precisely what involves the disclosure of being, right? And so if you come back to the first part of this passage, right, in terms of the possibility, right, what I'm maybe getting at is that this notion of averageness is kind of like what is taken from granted, right? So there's like this, there's all these assumptions, right, that we just solidify into being, right, and we just forget kind of the deeper aspect of it, that which contains possibilities, out of which we can get out of this averageness, right, and look deeper into being. Augustine also, this Augustine part also has a little bit of a specific, not just about this notion of familiarity, right? Like, for example, Heidegger doesn't quote this, right? But Augustine also has this kind of thing about time, right? Like, I kind of know what time is; it's very familiar to me. But then, if I look into it, it kind of goes away, and then there's like all this explosion of possible interpretations. But the fact that he's talking about himself, I don't know if there's also this like meta interpretive thing about the one who's doing the interpretation. Maybe it is because that's connected to this to this averageness, right? Like, because the averageness is precisely to not keep into account that you are the interpreter, right? So you not looking within yourself means that you're going with the average, which is part of the day. Okay, that's my take on the passage. But again, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask the LLM again because I want to see what it says. See if Sadler has some nice insights on it. I am using the LLM a lot. Like I generally tried not to. Like I've already covered hundreds of passages at this point, and I think I used it for less than 5% of them. But like being in time is fucking hard, man. So it's like, and it's even harder when you're kind of reading it like this, like passage by passage, because you're kind of like thrown into it. But also it's kind of unavoidable, right? Because I don't want to read the whole fucking book again, right? Because that would take even longer, right? So the whole point of notes is kind of like trying to save the things that seem the most important. Let's see what it says. But okay, but I think, yeah, maybe let's not dwell too much on this because I think my interpretation is correct. At least here what it says is Dasein is always mind, defined by possibility, but the first way Dasein shows up is not in authenticity, but in average everydayness, right? This is kind of like you losing yourself to the world, to the social world, and so on. Right, and this is the starting point, right? This is what is the most familiar, right? That's why there's this fall, right? There's and I think this is so theological, like, right? It's what does that even mean that you have this standard of authenticity that you need to strive towards, but then at the same time, so like that is your being, right? Because it is in the sense your purpose and your ability, right? This special ability that you have. But at the same time, if that's the kind of being that you are, then why are you not that being? Because if you were that being, then you would not have a mode of being that isn't proper to that being, right? So the reason why this language is tricky is because there's this paradox kind of at the heart um, of this approach to identity, right? Which is the concreteness and then the possible, right? And those aren't just like two extremes in this like gigantic vertical binary axis, right? But it's a spectrum and they merge, right? So it's always this notion where you're always dealing with these two at once, right? And then you fall and then you return, you stand up, right? You lose yourself, you regain yourself, you look deeper into yourself, you look deeper at the world, you get deceived by the world, right? So there's this constant dialogue, right? But the most important things is that he says like the proper starting point is this, and I think, but again, even this notion of starting point is kind of weird. But I think a best way to understand the starting point is that which you should assume that you are in, right? Because you can only get out of it once you realize it, and before you realize it, you're in it, right? Let me see. So, and then here it says, let me see. Dasein must be analyzed from its existence, but that analysis must begin not with an exceptional or authentic mode of life, but with Dasein's ordinary averageness. Average everydayness is constantly overlooked because it's the nearest and most familiar form of Dasein, but for that reason it must be made phenomenally explicit. Okay. So I think maybe a point that I didn't really address, which is always important as well, is that this, despite the inauthenticity, this is what human existence is. Right? And so I think part of what Heidegger is also trying to say is here is like, let's just not focus on this like over theological perfect notion of this like rational agent, right? That has been just imbued with this like divine intelligibility, right? And that it can always like have this perfect grasp on the world and like completely conquer truth, right? But let's look at how human beings actually are, like on their everydayness, right? Because I think part of the point, and this is something that I just remember from reading Heidegger in general, is that a lot of times he also emphasizes that it's like it looks trivial when you look at human beings this way because it feels like there's nothing there, right? So it feels like this like perfect intelligibility that is what discloses truth, and so we should look at human beings from that lens because it is through that lens which we have the best grasp on reality. And so this like more casual mode of existence when you're kind of lost, let's say, or not paying attention sufficiently, like right, or the quality of attention is poor. It feels like that's philosophically empty, right? So like why would you focus on that, right? But I think Heidegger's point is no. Even though it's philosophically empty, let's say, that's where you need to look because that's where we are most of the time. That's the kind of beings that we are. And we do have that element, but we can only properly understand that element in context through the whole holistic human existence, through this more basic, more lost, primordial mode of being. I think that's a decent way to put it. All right. So there's that. So next passage. All explications arising from an analytic of Dasein are gained with a view towards its structure of existence. Because these explanations are defined in terms of existentiality, we should call the characteristics of being Dasein existentials. They are to be sharply delimited, my God, from determinations of being, of those beings, unlike Dasein, which we call categories. This expression is taken and retained in its primarily ontological signification. As the exemplary basis of its interpretation of being, ancient ontology takes the beings which we encounter within the world. And then, I forgot how much Heidegger uses Greek terms, and I don't know the Greek alphabet. I don't know how to read it. I know some very basic words, like maybe 2 or 3. For example, I know this one, which is, he says, it's a word that I don't know. It sounds like voave or something like that. I'm probably pronouncing this all wrong. Or logos, right? I know logos because that's pretty similar to English, and just because it's basically the most important Greek word of all time. But yeah, that's going to be a pain in the ass. I need to find like I need to have like a list with me of like Greek terms and for me to look up and stuff like that. But anyway, he says logos was regarded as the manner of access to those beings. It is there that beings are encountered. The being of these beings, however, must be comprehensible in a distinct letting be seen, so that this being is comprehensive from the very beginning as to what it is and already in its very being. In the discussion of the logos of things, we always have previously addressed ourselves to being. This addressing is some Greek word I can't read. That means, first of all, to accuse publicly, to say something to someone directly in front of everyone. Used ontologically, the term means to say something to a being, to speak right in the face, to say something already has a being, that is, to let it be seen for everyone in its being. What is caught sight of in such a seeing and what determines and what becomes visible are the some Greek word. They include the a priority determinations of the beings which can be addressed and spoken about in the logos in different ways. Existentials and categories are two fundamental possibilities of the characteristics of Dasein. The being which corresponds to them requires different ways of primary interrogation. Beings are a who or else a what. A who referring to existence, and then a what referring to objective presence in the broader sense. It is only in terms of the clarified horizon of the question of being that we can treat the connection between the two modes as characteristic of beings. End passage. Okay, this is also dense as fuck. How long have we been doing this? Okay, 45 minutes. Jesus. All right. So some parts about the logos were a little bit intelligent to me, which is like, you encounter beings, beings are able to be seen precisely because you already know the logos of their being, right? I think that's what's being said here. To me, that makes decent sense. But then when he's making this differentiation between existentials and categories, to me, I really don't understand that at all. So let's try to go back to the beginning. When he defines existentials, so explications, right? They're done with a view towards the structure of existence. Yes, so like the very what it means to explain something is through its structure, I suppose, something like that. This is not well phrased, but whatever. And because they are defined in terms of their existentiality, we shall call them characteristics of being existentials. And then he contrasts this with categories. That's when he speaks about the logos. Okay, I still don't get it, so let's see. If Sadler can help me. And I'll give the passage just for context, but instead of just trying to explain the passage itself, I'll say more like, tell me how Sadler explains existentials versus categories. And let's see. All right. So Sadler explains it like this. Existentials are the basic structure for understanding Dasein, whereas categories are the basic structures for understanding beings that are not Dasein. Okay, so first of all, this should have been obvious, really, because Heidegger says here, the being which corresponds to them requires different ways of primary interrogation. Beings are a who, or else a what. So that is decently clear now that I have this framing, right? So it's like who, existence, what, objective presence, these like ontic objects, whatever. So I don't know why I didn't get that, really. That's actually not that dense, really. And basically, the whole point here, supposedly, is, Dasein is not just the same thing as a thing, right? Which we've been over this to death. Okay, but this is repeated. Like, we already went over this so much. But I'm interested in the logos. But just before then, beings treated as objects of description. So Heidegger is drawing a line between beings treated as objects of description, right? Which are the categories. It's that which is out there, right? Like these objects. And Dasein, whose own being is at issue, right? And we exist through possibility, right? Which is the existentials. Okay. But I want to understand how this relates to the concept of logos mentioned in the passage. But like, Heidegger really overcomplicates shit sometimes. Like, for example, like this thing. Like, if that's the takeaway, if I'm interpreting this correctly, with the help of Sadler, like, that is almost an entire page to say something rather simple, and also something that was already said. Like, why? Whatever. All right, let's see. All right, so what it says here in regards to logos is that logos is the bridge between the categories and the way that non-Dasein beings become intelligible at all. So existentials belong to Dasein's way of being, yes, right? That which can question, that which is in the sea of possibility, in with the ability of disclosure. Categories are non-Dasein, everything that is not us, that just exists, right? And then it says, categories arise through the logos, through the articulating, letting be seen discord, which beings are addressed as something. Okay. I think this lines up pretty well of how I initially talked about logos, right? It's like, it is the disclosure, which beings show has something, right? So again, kind of the mugness of the mug, right here from my coffee. And maybe one way to put it is that it is this combination between the existentials and the categories, right? Because the category of the mug is this like ontic entity, right? But this gets tricky because the very notion of calling this an entity, like there is already a construction, right? And a construction that depends on the existentials, right? Because it is dependent on purpose, right? So like the mug wouldn't exist in the sense of mugness except for the existentials, right? And so the but then, yeah, that's weird because he's making this distinction, but then the way that I'm speaking about it now, which is like, yeah, this is tricky because the way that I usually like to speak about categorization and this notion of the forms almost undermines this to some degree, right? Because it is more, I don't know, sometimes when I think about it and the way that I think Heidegger sometimes speaks about it, mine seems a little bit more idealist, right? Because kind of what I want to say now is that actually the mug isn't just a pure category, right? Like that's not a thing. It's already contingent on existentials, right? On this kind of language. Okay, but letting that go for a little bit, there's also this. There's also this whole aspect of logos which Sadler talks about, and he says that he emphasizes that Heidegger is not using logos in this narrow modern sense of logic or reason, but rather this discursive articulation that lets something be seen. But again, the way that I would phrase it is the letting be seen is creating it to some degree. Like that's the same thing, I would say, in a way that's helpful, right? So to me, these are not so different, right? So it's like the discursive articulation of the logos, right? Of the logos of the cup that allows me to disclose the cup as a cup. How is that much different than the logic or reason, right? Like that is the logos of the cup is its logic and is its reason, right? As far as am I missing something? Then Sadler says of Heidegger that logos is not merely uttering words, right? But bringing something into intelligibility by speaking it has something, right? And this is why phenomenology, and this is the last passage that we read, right, is not the study of appearances, but letting what shows itself be seen from itself. But again, this notion of intelligibility, like I think this is exactly what I'm saying. I guess we're just using a bit of a different vocabulary, I guess. But then here's another problem. So there's the logos, which is the articulation that discloses, right? Something comes to stand forth, has something, right? My mug. But then connecting this to this notion of phenomenology of appearing, right? Something that both Husserl and also Heidegger, although in different ways, something that they emphasize is letting things show up from themselves rather than imposing, these conceptual structures on it, right? Which to some degree kind of makes sense, right? It's kind of like because the more you let go of these structures, right, the more in contact with the real you are, right? The real is precisely to some degree to let the world be seen as it is, right? As it appears to you, right? But at the same time, that kind of leans a little bit into this like naive realism type perspective, right? Like it kind of makes sense, but then it kind of doesn't, right? Because again, we're active co-constructors of the world, right? So it's kind of like there is no unstructured experience, right? Like this was Heidegger's point earlier, right? The fact that it comes baked with meaning, but that in part of the intention with that is to say that the meaning is already there, right? Like it's not subjective, right? So it's not like it undermines it, but then at the same time, this is hard to articulate. I don't know how to say this properly. So it's like it's not. Fuck! I got a bit lost here. I kind of lost my train of thought now. But either way, so just to wrap it up, existentialism and categories are these two basic possibilities, these two basic characteristics of being, right? Of Dasein. Not Dasein. Yeah, of being. Let's put it that way, right? So categories belong belong to beings. So there's objects. So there's my mug. And then the what defines that category has this object is its whatness. But then how does this connect to logos again? What I think what I'm struggling is like where exactly is the limit between the supposed neutrality of the object, which it is in a large sense of what I mean by real, right? Like that is not dependent entirely on my subjectivity, but also knowing that, number one, I can't get out of my subjectivity, and also that my subjectivity is an active construction of that which is disclosed to me. But either way, there's also this part here that says, Heidegger says that ancient ontology interprets beings through the beings that we encounter in the world. And what he's saying, I think, what he's saying is that when people are talking about what he's saying, what he's trying to claim is that in this ancient way of thinking, the logos was these like static properties of what makes the thing it is, right? So, for example, there's the mug, right? And so it's a very whatness approach. And I think this is wrong, but I think the claim that Heidegger is trying to do is that when they were questioning being, they had this interpretive lens, and then they reflected that back on themselves, right? It's like, what is the object? And then, okay, what is the human being? And they assumed it's the same question, right? And part of what Heidegger is trying to say is that it cannot be the same question, right? It has to be or rather, it's the same question, but you can't ask it in the same way because they're fundamentally different things. Because Dasein is a who, it's not a what. But again, what I struggle with this interpretive lens is that I don't want to say that the mug is already a thing, right? That is purely a what in this sense. Obviously, it's still a what, right? But I don't know. I don't want to make this duality because I feel like that's already starting on the wrong foundation. Because again, the logos of like the very identity of what makes a thing it is isn't this neutral fact about the world. It is dependent on meaning. Anyway, let's read it a little bit further, taking from Sadler, and see if we can clarify this a little bit more. So Heidegger defines phenomenology through phenomenon plus logos, And so Sadler explains that phenomenology is not just cataloging experiences, it is a method of letting what shows itself be seen from itself. So logos, letting something be seen in articulation. Yes, right? It's the intelligibility of a thing. The categories are the determinations, which I'm guessing maybe another way to put it is like the features of it, right? Or the properties, the characteristics that become visible in search articulation. And then there's the existentials, which is the structures of being for who that this structure, this through who that disclosure is happening to, right? So it's the structure of us that allow this disclosure to happen. Now, the thing is, here the way that it's worded is interesting. The determination of beings that become visible in such articulation. Because maybe, I don't know, I take this with a grain of salt. I don't know if this is right, but one thing that's coming to mind is that maybe we can see the logos has the structure of identity, which creates a thing, but then the categories are like the more neutral features out of which that logos is made out of, right? So the logos is this like abstract identity, which is human made, right, or human co-constructed, but at the same time, it is simply like an arrangement of features, right, which are in the world themselves, right? So, for example, the mug does have, you know, its shape of being a container, right, and of having a handle, right. So all of those are objective properties, right. So the logos is like there's this multiplicity of facts that then has this unity based on meaning that is based on or embodied engagement with the world, right? The fact that I have a throat, the fact that I have a hand, the fact that I need liquids, right? The fact that I can move, right? So there's all these bodily affordances in the world, right? And that they're meaning dependent, but at the same time, that they do require on these like objective properties of the object at hand. And I don't know how helpful this is, but what I was trying to get at is precisely trying to disentangle the notion of logos, which is about which is applied through the real world that isn't solely dependent on us, but that is mediated by meaning, but at the same time doing justice to the reality outside human centrality, right? Human concerns. And so the way that I try to do it here is kind of think about the properties of the thing, right? It's almost like there's this multiplicity, and then the logos is almost like a perspective of how all that multiplicity, which is all in the world, right? It's not subjective, right? But it's a way of arranging, right? It's almost like you're deciding which facts show up and then how they line themselves, right? So it's almost like facts are like a bunch of paint, right? And then the logos is like a specific painting using those raw materials, right? So it's just one way to think about this joining of the objective and the human, something like that. All right, then there is also this additional section here which says Dasein is the ground of logos. Heidegger is not saying first there is a logos and then we use it on two different kinds of things. And these two different kinds of things is some other example that I decided to skip, which is, the carpenter, which is kind of like addressing a hammer, which has certain objective properties, right? Made out of metal or woods or whatever. Is it heavy? Is it not heavy? But then the carpenter, it's not the same kind of being where you can just ask these kinds of objective static properties, right? So anyway, so that is the background, just to give a little bit of context. So he's saying that, or rather, he's not saying that first there's the logos that then we use on these two things, right? The existentials and the categories. But what he's saying is that the logos has the articulated letting be seen of beings belongs to the disclosedness of Dasein. Well, this is what I've been saying all along, I think. Right? And then it says, that is why Dasein has ontological priority. Dasein is the being in which beings become. Accessibles has beings. Right? Dasein's formulation of Dasein has the being that is already pre-ontologically involved with being is relevant here. So yeah, sure. So categories, okay. This is what I've been saying all along. Categories are downstream for a more original structure, which is Dasein's disclosure of the world, Dasein's understanding of being, Dasein's capacity for logos and discourse. Okay, this is everything that I've been saying. What I struggle here is if categories are the downstream from this more original structure, doesn't that undermine a little bit how you speak about categories as being that which is outside what? Like outside the possibility of disclosure, something like that. I don't know how. My brain is a bit fried now, but this is what I kind of struggle is that it seems a bit inconsistent to me. Maybe I'm just missing something. Then it says here, let's see if this helps or makes any sense. Quote, categories are tied to logos because they are the ways beings has what's are articulated in discourse. Existentials name the structures of the being for whom such articulations is possible in the first place. Yeah, that doesn't help that much, whatever. Whatever. Anyway, that was a deep dive. I think I only did like 3 passages in like an hour and 15, which is annoying. Okay. Whatever. Let's just move on. Next. After some coffee, of course. All right, so a need is contained in this task, which has made philosophy uneasy for a long time. But philosophy fails again and again in fulfilling the task, working out the idea of a natural concept of worlds. The wealth of knowledge is the most far-flung and manifold cultures and forms of existence available today seems favorable to taking up this task in a fruitful way. But that is only an illusion. Fundamentally, this plethora of information seduces us into falling to see the real problem. The syncretistic comparison and classification of everything does not of itself give us genuine essential knowledge. Subjecting the manifolds to tabulation does not guarantee a real understanding of what has been ordered. The genuine principle of order has its own content, which is never found by ordering, but is rather already presupposed in ordering. Thus, the explicit idea of worlds as such is a prerequisite for the order of world images. And if, quotes, worlds, end of quote, itself is constitutive of Dasein, the conceptual development of phenomenon of world requires an insight into the fundamental structures of Dasein. End passage. Okay, this is wonderful. I really like this passage. And that is what made me so interested in Heidegger, right? Because like I understood very early on. And this is talking about, I mean, I don't have context, but I'm guessing that what he was talking about before was this like, is this like not speculation, but like this intuition that science can tell us what the world is about, but by just this aspect of cataloging, sorry, and the ordering, right? But oh man, Heidegger says it's so brilliant. I really need to save this quote to use it later. I'm gonna quote it again. It's so good. The genuine principle of order has its own content, which is never found by ordering, but it is rather what is presupposed in ordering. End quote. Right? This is brilliant, right? So it's like there's a judgment which then allows that specific mode of investigation and of reporting and of interpretation that you're doing, right? And that which is producing that judgment, you cannot discover it by you cannot let's find another way of maybe saying this to not just repeat what I said. To investigate the principles that structure your methodology cannot itself be discovered by just using that methodology, right? You can't, like, it's, yeah, I think that's simple enough. Whatever, I don't have to explain this in a million different ways. But yeah, that's it, really. It's just a really good passage. Let's see how long the next one is to see if I end up here or not. Yeah, it's pretty short. Let's give it a shot. Next passage. According to what we have said, being in is not a property, which Dasein sometimes has and sometimes does not have. Without, which it could just be, as well as it could be with it. It is not the case that human being is, and then on top of that, it has a relation of beings to the world, which sometimes takes upon itself. Dasein is never, quote, initially, a sort of being which is free from being in, but which at times is in the moods to take up a relation in the world. This taking up of relations in the world is possible only because, as being in the world, Dasein is as it is. This constitution of being is not first derived from the fact that besides the being which has the characteristic of Dasein, there are other beings which can be objectively present and meet up with it. These other beings can only meet up with Dasein because they are able to show themselves of their own accord within a world. End of passage. And then later, he also speaks about, human beings have their own environment, which is the umwelt. But let's not get into that now. But okay, but let's try to unpack this, right? Again, this is so hard because we just jump into the middle of an argument, right? So, for example, the passage starts, according to what we have said, but I don't know what you just said. But anyway, let's try to figure it out. But yeah, being in is not a property, right? Which can, we can have or not have, right? Like we're always being in, right? Like we're always in the world, right? I suppose that's what he's trying to say here. The being in the world, classical Heideggerian diagnosis of being. Being has Dasein. So we're always in relation to the world. We can never get out of it because we're always in the world. And the relation of the world, and then it says, relations to the world is only possible because, as being in the world, Dasein is as it is. I don't know what that means, but I think the takeaway and conclusion is kind of the same, right? You're in the world, which allows you to relate to the world, and you're always within that relation. And these beings can only meet up Dasein because they're able to show themselves of their own accord within a world. The way that I interpret this is like the way and again, I really like to think about this through LLMs and AI, right? Which is like the reason why we have the intelligibility to perceive the beings is because we are in the world that belongs to the beings, right? The fact that we're always in the world is what makes the relation possible. That's how we can apprehend the being as the being that it is. And that it's just not this pure construction, right? And it's precisely what the LLMs struggle, right? Anyway. But yeah, let's end it here. Yeah, the next ones are pretty meaty. So yeah, that was a good run. So yeah, see you next time. All right, let's continue our journey through being in time. So, first passage, page 60. In any case, it cannot be ascertained externally like corporeal qualities. To the extent that knowing belongs to these beings, and it is not an external characteristic, it must be inside. The more unequivocally one maintains that knowing is initially and really inside, and it has by no means the kind of being of physical and psychic beings, the more one believes that one is proceeding without presuppositions on the question of the essence of knowledge and of the clarification of the relation between subject and object. For only then can the problem arise of how this knowing subject comes out of its inner sphere into one that is other and external. Of how knowing can have an object at all, and how the object itself is to be thought, so that eventually the subject knows it without having to venture a leap into another sphere. But in this approach, which has many variations, the question of the kind of being of this knowing subject is completely omitted. Though its way of being was always included tactically in the thematic when one spoke of its knowing. Of course, one is sometimes assured that the subject's insides and its inner sphere is certainly not thought of as a kind of box or cabinet. But what the positive meaning is of the inside of immanence in which knowing is essentially enclosed, and how the character of being of this being inside of knowing is founded, is the kind of being of the subject. About this, there is silence. Wait, I'm just going to repeat that again. That went a little bit over my head. But what the positive meaning is of the inside of immanence, which is knowing is initially enclosed, and how the character of being of this being inside of knowing is founded, is the kind of being of the subject. About this, That is a stupid ass sentence. That is so badly written. Anyway, let's just keep going. However, this inner sphere might be interpreted if one asks how knowing gets out of it and achieves transcendence. It becomes evident that knowing which presents such enigmas remains problematic unless one has first clarified how it is and what it is. With this kind of approach, one is blind to what was already implicitly implied in the preliminary thematization of the phenomenon of knowing. Knowing is a mode of being of Dasein, has being in the world, and has its ontic foundation in its constitution of being. But if, as we suggest, we thus find phenomenally that knowing is a kind of being in the world, one might object with such an interpretation of knowing. The problem of knowledge is annihilated. What is there left to ask about if one presupposes that knowing is already together with its world, which is, after all, first supposed to reach in the transcending of the subject? In this last question of the standpoint, which is not demonstrated phenomenally, once again emerges. But apart from this, what criterion decides whether and in which sense there to be a problem of knowledge other than the phenomenon of knowing itself and the kind of being of the knower? End passage. Alright, so this was a bit dense, but my interpretation here is this Cartesian, framework about how the mind knows anything at all, right? This very basic schema on which our epistemology is meant to start from, which is we have our minds over here on the inside, and then there's stuff out there on the outside. How can we possibly know anything? Right? And what Heidegger is saying, I think, at least how I'm interpreting it, is knowing is a mode of being of Dasein, has being in the world. It's like it's baked in that beings know their environment through just being in the environment, right? Like you have contact with reality, you can know what's on the outside because you're in it, right? It's like this return about the very category that you're trying to make about the separation, right? I think there's a little bit more here than what I'm saying, but I don't want to waste all my thinking power in the very first question, and it might just be that it becomes a little bit more clear as I get a little bit deeper into being in time. So let's go to the next question, the next passage. Sorry. In order for knowing to be possible, as determining by observation what is objectively present, there must first be a deficiency of having to do with the world and taking care of it. In refraining from all production, manipulation, and so on, wait, let me read that again. In order for knowing to be possible, as determining by observation what is objectively present, there must be first a deficiency of having to do with the world and taking care of it. In refraining from all production, manipulation, and so on, taking care of things places itself in the only mode of being in which is left over. in the mode of simply lingering with. On the basis of this kind of being towards the worlds, which lets us encounter beings with the world solely in their mere outward appearance, the eidos, and has a mode of this kind of being looking explicitly at something thus encountered is possible. And then there's a footnote here, and the footnote says, looking at does not merely occur merely by looking away. Looking at has its own origin. And has looking away its necessary consequence. Observing has its own primordiality. The look to the eidos requires something different. I'm trying to think through. What does this mean again? Looking at does not occur merely by looking away. First of all, this makes no sense to me already. Like, looking at is looking at the specific thing. It's the opposite of looking away, as far as I understand it. So I'm not sure what he's getting at. But then he says, looking at has its own origin and has looking away its necessary consequence. Yeah, this is super confusing. But my intuition is that he's trying to somehow highlight this notion of attention, which is always like, to move to one thing, you leave another, right? It's like the fact that there's always this concealment and then concealment. How that connects to the eidos, I don't really know, but whatever. I'm going to reread. So that was the footnote. Let's go back to the text, but I'm just going to repeat the last sentence again. On the basis of this kind of being towards the worlds, which lets us encounter beings with the world solely in their outward appearance, and has a mode of this kind of being looking explicitly at something thus encountered is possible. This looking at is always a way of assuming a definite direction towards something, a glimpse of what is objectively present. It takes over a perspective from the beings thus encountered from the very beginning. This looking itself becomes a mode of independent dwelling together with beings in the world. In this dwelling, has refraining from every manipulation and use, the perception of what is objectively present takes place. Perception takes place as addressing and discussing something has something. On the basis of this interpretation in the broadest sense, perception becomes definition. What is perceived and defined can be expressed in propositions, and thus expressed can be maintained and preserved. This perceptive retention of a proposition is itself a way of being in the world, and must not be interpreted as a procedure by which the subject gathers representations about something for itself, which then remains stored up inside and thus appropriated, and in reference to which the question can arise at times of how they correspond with reality. Okay, so the passage continues, but let's pause here. So first, the very first part of the passage is that in order to observe something in the sense of knowing it, right? Like when you focus on the world in a specific thing, when you're trying to know anything, No, wait. He says there must be a deficiency of having to do with the world and taking care of it. I don't know what this means exactly. Okay, but this aside, then he talks about this notion of production, manipulation, and so on. Oh, I think I understand now. Okay, so this deficiency of the world, I think what he's hinting at here is, first of all, there's the whole perspective of like this technological thinking, right, of manipulation. That is clear. I got that from the very beginning. I'm just trying to fully unpack this. But so, first of all, I think that's what he means by deficiency, right? Deficiency is this notion that the reason why we have to manipulate the world is precisely because we want to get something out of it, right? And so something is wrong with the world. I'm going to fix it, right? I'm going to use it, right? That's the whole Gestalt approach from Heidegger, right? It's this impulse of production, of manipulation, right? And then what he says is how we can encounter beings solely as they actually appear, the eidos, right? That's only possible, he says, if we take care of things. Now, this notion of care, obviously, there's his whole entire notion of care, which is, the way that I typically interpret it is a problem of relevance, right? It's a problem of quality, right? That things matter. But here, when he's talking about care, it's more like this notion of shepherding, right? Of like responsibility, and he ties this in with the opposite of production, of a manipulation, right? And so it's letting things be, right? That's how I'm interpreting. Not exactly sure if that's correct, right? But like, so you can only see things for what they are if you're on this mode of taking care, right? Which is kind of like this non-invasive approach to the world rather than through utility and manipulation. Oh, now I see. So when he says this looking at is always a way of assuming a definite direction towards something, a glimpse of what is objectively present. So here, how I interpret it is when you look at something, I mean, maybe, I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly, but what is coming to mind is when you look at something, you already have something in mind, right? Like you're already framing it in a certain way, right? Of what is objectively present, right? Which is again, you're making it rigid, like, right? You're confining it, you're limiting it. That's why he says it takes over a perspective from the beings thus encountered from the very beginning. And then he has this really interesting part. Perception takes place as addressing and discussing something as something. On the basis of this interpretation, in the broadest sense, perception becomes definition. What is perceived and defined can be expressed in propositions, and thus expressed can be maintained and preserved. This perceptive retention of a proposition about is itself a way of being in the world. Okay, so let's think this through. So perception takes place of addressing and discussing something as something, right? So perception already, the way that I'm reading this is that it already implies an ontology, right? When I'm perceiving my desk in front of it, which includes the camera, right? There's a gestalt that has a certain identity to some degree, right? And several different levels of identity, right? There's the camera, but there's also the lens, there's also the button, right? And so there's all this multiplicity and union, right? And that's what it means. I think that's this notion of identity. I suppose that's what he means by definition, right? Definition is the identity, is the essence, right? And then that can be expressed in propositions, right? That a camera is, that a lens is, that the table is, that the room is something, right? But that very proposition, what I think what he's trying to say here, is a way of being in the world, and it's not representations, right? He says, by which a subject gathers representations about something for itself and then remains stored up inside and thus appropriated, and in reference to the question that can arise of how they correspond to reality. So like this entire notion of the essences and the forms of what is involved in perception. What I think he's trying to say here is that what generates this process is our involvement in the world, right? Which is already necessarily of our embeddedness in the environment, in the world, right? So therefore, the reason why this matters is because if you think about this notion of epistemology, where we have these representations in the head that then we match up with reality, how I'm reading this is the argument that he's trying to make, or what he's trying to highlight, is like, no, that has to be backwards. That has to be wrong. Because the very definition, the very identity of the very thing that you're supposedly trying to address, of what supposedly there's a correspondence of, that was already through your involvement with reality, and therefore it's not inside your head. It can't possibly be, right? So you're embedded and in a dynamic coupling with the world from the very beginning. That is how perception occurs in the first place, right? And you can't go behind perception, because perception is the very foundation of how everything else appears, right? And that is why this notion of correspondence cannot hold up. That's how I'm reading it. So that was kind of the first part of the passage. Now let's continue. In directing itself towards and in grasping something, Dasein does not first go outside the inner sphere in which it is initially encapsulated, but rather in its primary kind of being, it is always already outside together with some kind of being encountered in the world already discovered. Nor is there any inner sphere abandoned when Dasein dwells together with the being to be known and determines its character. Rather, even in this being outside together with its object, Dasein is inside, correctly understood. That is, it itself has being in the world which knows. Again, the perception of what is known does not take place as a return with one's booty. I don't know what that means. Has a return with one's booty to the cabinet of consciousness after one has gone out and grasped it. Rather, in perceiving it, preserving it, and retaining it, the Dasein that knows remains outside, has Dasein. In mere knowledge about the context of the being of beings, in only representing it, in solely thinking about it, I am no less outside in the world together with beings than I am when I originally grasped them. Even forgetting something, when every relation of being to what was previously known seems to be extinguished, must be understood as a modification of the primordial being in. And this holds true for every deception and every error. The foundational context shown for the mode of being in the world constitute for the knowledge of the world makes the following clear. In knowing, Dasein gains a new perspective of being towards the world, always already discovered in Dasein. This new possibility of being can be independently developed. It can become a task, and has a scientific knowledge can take over the guidance of and has scientific knowledge can take over the guidance for being in the world. But knowing neither first creates a quote commercium end quote of the subject with the world, nor does its commercium originate from an effect of the world on a subject. Knowing is a mode of Dasein which is founded in being in the world. Thus, being in the world has a fundamental constitution, requires a prior interpretation. End passage. Okay. So, number one, I think that just developed how I was reading it. So, I think that confirms a little bit how I was saying it, right? It's this very questioning of these dynamics of subject and object, the inside and the outside. Granted, I think I'm maybe over platonizing it because I do constantly return to this question of how do things appear to us, and the notion of forms, the notion of identity, which I do think it's always purpose bound to some degree, right? And I don't think very often Heidegger goes in that direction, but I don't know how not to do that. To me, it just seems self-evident of how cognition works, how minds work, how reality shows up. But either way, that's just like my own specific language about dealing with this particular aspect of this whole interaction of mind with the world, right? But this fundamental overall framework of Dasein being already embedded in the world and that affecting how we should interpret about how human beings know things at all. I think that is fundamental correct, and I'm doing Heidegger justice. Okay. So that's it. Let's go to the next passage. The closest world of everyday Dasein is the surrounding world, the umwelt. Our investigation will follow the path from this existential character of average being in the world to the idea of worldliness as such. We shall seek the worldliness of the surrounding world, environmentality, by way of an ontological interpretation of those beings initially encountered within the surroundings. The expression surrounding worlds, umwelt, contains a reference to the spatiality in its components around. The quality of arounds, which is constitutive for the surrounding world, does not, however, have a spatial meaning. Rather, the spatial character, which uncontestably belongs to a surrounding world, can be clarified only on the basis of the structure of worldliness. Here, the spatiality of Dasein mentioned in section 12 becomes phenomenally visible. But ontology has tried precisely to interpret the being of the world as res extensa. I don't know how to pronounce this. on the basis of spatiality. The most extreme tendency towards such an ontology of the world, an ontology which is oriented in the opposite direction, that is, to the res cognitans, which is neither ontically nor ontologically identical with Dasein, is to be found in Descartes. The analysis of worldliness attempted here becomes clearer if we show how it differs from such an ontological tendency. Okay, so end passage. So in the beginning, there's this notion of the world, right? Of the environment, the fact that we're embedded in an environment. That's the closest thing to us. And then there's also this notion of space, right? Okay, so if you're in the world, then there's a space, which is stuff around you, right? Basically. And I'm not 100% sure what he means here, really. But I think what he's trying to say is is that we have tried to define ontology, like things that exist, based on this notion of space, which is criticizing, from my understanding. And then he mentions the res cognitans, right, which is the mind, right, in this Cartesian framework, right? Like there's the stuff outside, which has dimension, has space, has physicality, right? It's stuff that exists, and existence is defined by this filling of space. And then there's the res cognitas tans, which is that which is inside your head, which is a thinking thing, which necessarily is not spatial, right? Which is very intuitive, right? Like my thoughts don't have space, right? Which is why Descartes is so hard to get away from, right? Because he's already playing into a lot of these assumptions that we have, which have been entrenched further and further through modernity. But either way, but then he says that, but even that mind stuff, right, the res cognitans, it is not what Dasein is, right? Ontically, through beings, nor ontological, right? So yeah, I think, so yeah, to me this is all pretty reasonable, but I really like this notion of spatiality. I think it's pretty important. So I just want to triple check that I didn't get it wrong. And so I'm just gonna see what the RAG thing says about this. Because there's a lot of notions where I think I understand the overall direction, but then I'm a little bit afraid that I misinterpreted. And if I think that what we're getting at is important, I like to double check just in case. So what it says here is that we first start with the surrounding world, right, which is your environment, right? And I think this is important because also this is the importance of paying attention to the everyday life, right? Like rather than thinking, about these grand metaphysical systems that we conjure up in our minds, right? Let's start from what is closest, and what is closest is our daily engagement with the world, right? Like that's the whole notion in a lot of respects, depending a little bit on the thinker, of this direction of phenomenology. Then there's this notion from umwelt to worldliness, right? Which is for those beings that we are encountering, right? So for like my camera, my keyboard, the desk, the book, right? What makes it intelligible has belonging to a world, right? And this is this notion supposedly of worldliness, the structure that makes any world possible. Right? But again, this structure of what makes any world possible, I do think that's very faithful how I think about intelligibility. But anyway, and then this notion of being around, right? This notion of space. He cautions us to not interpret it in like geometrical terms, right? And then here, I think, in here, the rag system, I think, is maybe over extrapolating from the passage because it's trying to talk through this notion that spatiality has to do with care, right? That which is available, right? Which I remember from reading Heidegger, and I think that's a really important point. Although I don't think he's very clear on that from this passage alone. I think just that the LLM knows roughly that that's Heidegger's notion of spatiality, and so I think they're skipping ahead basically a little bit. But that's all right. And then there's the whole critique of Descartes, which is the world is not a container with objects, but is the meaningful context in which beings are encountered. Right? So we start with ordinary experience and not abstract metaphysics. Okay, that is all coherent with what I said, but it's good to just double check. So that was one passage. Now let's go for another passage. In the disclosure and explication of beings, in the disclosure and explication of beings are always preliminary and the accompanying theme. The real theme is being. What shows itself in taking care of the surrounding world constitutes the pre-thematic being in the domain of our analysis. This being is not the object of a theoretical world cognition. It is what is used, produced, and so on. Has a being thus encountered, it comes pre-thematically into view for a knowing which has a phenomenological knowing, primarily looks towards being, and on the basis of this themization of being, thematizes actual beings as well. Okay, that was a mess. So let's try to fucking read this again, because I got a bit lost. This being is not the object of a theoretical world cognition. Yeah. A being thus encountered, it comes pre-thematically into view. Right, so again, we come at it from a specific perspective, yes. Primarily looks towards being, and on the basis of themization of being, themizes actual beings as well. Okay. I actually don't like this translation where they don't capitalize being, because then the difference doesn't come to mind as easily. But okay, so how I'm reading this is that how you approach being with a big B, Heidegger's being, eventually downstreams affects how you look at beings. Thus, this phenomenological interpretation is not a cognition of existing qualities of being, but rather a determination of the structure of their very being. So again, it's not It's not a cognitive apprehension about specific properties that just exist, right? Like neutral in the subjective world. But rather, what kind of structure are we imposing on it? Then he continues. But as an investigation of being, it independently and explicitly brings about the understanding of being which always already belongs to Dasein, and it is alive in everyday dealing with beings. Phenomenologically pre-thematic beings, what is used and produced becomes accessible when we put ourselves in the place of taking care of in the world. Strictly speaking, to talk of putting ourselves in the place of taking care is misleading. We do not first need to put ourselves in the place of this way of being in dealing with and taking care. Everyday Dasein is already is in this way. For example, in opening the door, I use the doorknob. Gaining phenomenological access to the beings this encounter consists rather in rejecting the interpretive tendencies crowding and accompanying us, which cover over the phenomenon of taking care in general. And thus, even more so, beings as they are encountered of their own accord in taking care. These insidious mistakes become clear when we ask which beings are to our primary theme and established as a pre-phenomenal basis. End passage. Okay, so this is pretty heavy, but okay, this is important. The talk of care. So, first of all, it's this primordiality of care as the type of beings we are, right? So like it's not a special modes, right? This is also what he's largely critiquing about this like kind of scientific worldview that we have, where there's kind of like the neutral world, and then there's the worlds of values, right? And the world of relevance. Like Heidegger is flipping that, like it's inverting it, right? So we're always taking care, right? Like that is the primordial ground. And then he gives this example of the doorknob, which is kind of weird. But I guess what he's trying to emphasize here is this notion of being embedded in the world where you already know what to do and it already has a kind of meaning to it, right? Which is like the doorknob, it's already in you, kind of like in your bones, in the way that you exist in the world, that a doorknob is for opening, right? And that's because, number one, you're a cultural, historical being, right? Where you can't help but exist in the world that has assigned meanings to doorknobs, number one. So like, it's just framing your cognition towards what doorknobs are for. And also there's the whole physicality of it, right? Like this cultural element is not just this purely like abstract, quasi-random assigned meaning to the doorknob, right? Like doorknobs are made with also objective properties of us and the world, right? The fact that we want to make divisions, therefore doors, the fact that doors have to be opened in order to go in and out. We can't just like, become ghosts and go through the door, right? The fact that there's rotation, right? The fact that we need a mechanism to open that door, right? To close it, to open it. The fact that we need to be able to interact with that mechanism in our embodied physicality, right? So, for example, if we were, I don't know, if we had fins, for example, for some reason, like it would be pretty hard to open the doorknob, right? So the very biomechanics and the very anatomy of what makes us human beings, like, for example, having a hands, right? And having a graspable hand, right? And having the rotation of the wrist and the elbow and all these things, right? All of that is packed, right? In the doorknob. And that's how we are in the world, right? Like everything is like this. We're always embedded into meaning, and meaning is always both the cultural and historical manifestations of society, but also it's embedded, it's enmeshed into also our physical reality. So yeah, I think that's good enough. Let's check the next passage. Maybe I should drink some water to try to avoid drying out my throat too much. It's always a little bit tricky to decide how deep to go, right? Because there was some slight loose ends about what I said compared to the passage. And it's always difficult to know how much is it worth to spend an extra, reading it again, kind of like thinking next 5 minutes again to try to squeeze something else out of it to see if there's any missing gaps, right? And ideally, it's always best, right? But then it just takes forever, right? And 5 minutes doesn't sound a lot, for a single note. But when you consider that I'll probably go through 1,000 notes or more by the end of the series, then you need to start taking these things into account, and they're not trivial. All right, let us continue. Start of passage. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing as a useful thing. There always belongs to the thing of a useful thing a totality of useful things in which this useful thing can be what it is. A useful thing is essentially something in order to. The different kinds of, quote, in order to, end quote, such as serviceability, helpfulness, usability, handiness, constitute a totality of useful things. The structure of in order to contains a reference of something to something. Only in the following analysis can the phenomenon indicated by this word be made visible in its ontological genesis. At this time, our task is to bring a multiplicity of references phenomenally into view. In accordance with their character of utility, useful things always are in terms of their belonging to other useful things. Writing utensils, pen, ink, paper, desk plotter, table, lamp, furniture, windows, doors, room. These things never show themselves initially by themselves. In order to fill out a room has a sum of real things. What we encounter has closest to us, although we do not fully grasp it thematically, is the room. Not has what it is between the four walls in a geometrical spatial sense, but rather has something useful for living. On the basis of this, an organization shows itself, and in this organization, any individual useful thing shows itself. A totality of useful things is always already discovered before the individual useful thing. Dealings geared to useful things, which show themselves genuinely only in such dealings, for example, hammering with a hammer, neither grasps these things thematically as occurring things, nor does such using even know the structure of useful things as such. Hammering does not just have a knowledge of the useful character of the hammer. Rather, it has appropriated this utensil in the most adequate way possible. In such useful dealings, taking care subordinates itself to the in order to constitutive of the particular utensil in our dealings. The less we just stare at the thing called hammer, the more we take hold of it and use it, the more original our relation to it becomes, and the more undistinguishably it is encountered as what it is, as a useful thing. The act of hammering itself discovers the specific handiness of the hammer. end passage. Okay, so first of all, there's this whole notion. First of all, this passage is really important, and I should save it, because coming back to this whole notion of intelligibility, right, of things being things through their purpose. Like, again, I think this is very Platonic, right? This is a good passage for it, right? This is, in Heidegger's own words, explicating this, right? So that is one aspect of it, and then there's the whole aspect of relationality, right? The fact that meanings depend on other meanings, the fact that everything is embedded within a specific way of being and looking at the world, right? Like the whole house, the whole workshop, the whole notion of repair, right? You know, whatever, right? Like it just expands endlessly, right? I didn't want to dwell on it too much, but I think there's also a good connection here with this notion of intelligibility to religion, right? Like you have this space, right, which is the totality of things that then attributes meaning to specific things, right? And sometimes you kind of think as if it goes the other way around, right? Which is like the specific things give meaning to the larger things, right? That the individual gives that gives meaning to the collective, right? By individual and collective, what I mean here is kind of like levels of abstraction, right? But there's also the other way around, right? That the collective, that which is higher, gives meaning to that which is below, right? That it goes from unity to multiplicity, right? From organization to specificity and particularity, right? So, for example, the way that you approach a workshop, right? Like how you conceive, how you conceptualize the framework that you have about what the workshop is, right? That might be different, for example, in, I don't know, 15th century Europe compared to, you know, ancient China, or a relatively primitive tribe in Africa, right? A more traditional lifestyle, right? Maybe the way that they think about what the workshop means, right, is not exactly the same, right? Maybe there's certain assumptions that you have, right, about repair, about storage, right, about all these things, right, and then that has downstream effects about the constitution of everything that participates in that meaning, right? And so the reason why I'm bringing all of this to religion is that there's also one way to think about religion, right, which is like the it's changing your perspective towards a new totality that then has this eminence effect towards the particular. So, for example, here Heidegger says the totality of useful things is already discovered before the individual useful thing, right? So the totality is more primordial. And so one can think of religion as that which affects the perspective of the totality, which then has an effect in its downstream effects, I guess, for lack of a better way of phrasing this. It affects the particular. All right, let me see what else. I'm going to read the last few sentences because this part was really dense. So he says, hammering does not have a knowledge of the useful character of the hammer. Rather, it has appropriated this utensil in the most adequate way possible. In such useful dealings, taking care subordinates itself to the in order to constitutive for the particular utensil in our dealings. The less we just stare at the thing called hammer, the more we take hold of it and use it, the more original our relation to it becomes, and the more undistinguishably it is encountered as what it is, as a useful thing. Okay, let's stop here. So this is Heidegger's very famous framework, right? Which is like, the thing is in its raw, purest form when you're just using it. And when you're using it is because you're using it in its primordial form, which is precisely this relation to the broader meaning of things, right? So the particular shines the best when it is in its natural form of the higher thing that is being participated on. And when you try to isolate the thing, right? So, for example, when you stop hammering, and this is not mentioned in this passage, but in Heidegger's famous examples, is like if something is wrong with a hammer, right? If it's loose, right? If the handle is not right, if it's too heavy, if it's too light, then you start inspecting the hammer as a hammer outside of its relationality. And by doing that, you actually get a worse encounter of what the hammer really is. Because the very function, the realist existence of the hammer is in its hammering, which is in its utility, which is in its relationality. So when you so that inspection of the hammering, now you're doing an abstraction of what the hammer really is, right? It's a specific mode of looking at the world, which has been disconnected from the engagement with that particular tool. Okay, I think that's good enough. So, another thing I wanted to cover. So this is not super related to this, but just another thing that kind of I was thinking about, I think today or something, but in between this session and the previous session, about, and I'm going to go on a tangent here. This is not necessarily related to this, but I just wanted to get it out, which is the relation between tradition, right? Which is, for example, Christ has this really interesting dynamic with tradition, which is the appropriation of tradition, right? So, for example, when he's violating certain laws of the Sabbath, for example, like he's not out, like it's not like he's going from the intention of like abolishing the Sabbath, right? But like he's making a point that the rule has a purpose, and the purpose of the rule is higher than the rule, right? So like, and you see this in relationship to a lot of things, right? Which is, in order to move about in the world in a particular way, we make certain frameworks, right? Certain concepts, certain guidelines, and so on, right? But and those are needed, right? Like Christ isn't trying to abolish rules or abolish traditions, right? He's just trying to make us remember that those have a purpose, and the purpose is higher. And necessarily, there's going to be situations where those can be violated for certain purposes, right? And you can see this even in the, I don't know if I mentioned this before, right? But even in the Ten Commandments, for example, that's already like the highest compression of rules, right? So like this is the most basic thing that holds across contexts that we can all follow, right? But for example, you've seen this in the history of the church, for example, about how they deal with war, where actually sometimes you know it is justifiable to kill another human being, which seems like the highest commandment that you can't go against, right? And obviously, there's some element of this which has to do with oppression, with colonialism and whatnot. But a lot of it also isn't. Like, a lot of it is just a cold is a bad word, but it's just like an inevitable analysis of how we need to conduct ourselves in the world, which is like sometimes there's injustice, and also sometimes your life is at risk, right? Sometimes you're being attacked, right? So even if somehow the church was, in a parallel universe, without any oppression, without any power dynamics, and so on, right? The problem of what a just war means and how does that relate to certain guidelines that we rightly consider divine, such as do not kill, that problem still exists, right? Like because that problem exists in your everyday life, right? Right? Like you have to, even if you completely ignore religion, even if you completely ignore the institution of the church, you have the exact same problem at your individual level, right? Which is like you have certain values, right, which seem to hold most of the time, but also there might be situations where it feels like you can't help but go against those values, right? So there's always variation. Through the variation, you can extract guidelines which are really useful, but they're always with the goal end in mind, right? Now, this has to do with the notion of rules and has to do with the notion of purposes. And I think maybe a possible connection to what I was saying is like all these levels of meaning, right, that you're going up and down, and which one is higher than the other. And then also, although that's a weaker connection, I don't know, maybe I'm overly forcing it. But either way, another thing that came to mind is the relationship with tradition, right? So I've talked about this loads, right? Which is like, do we just follow the old, or do we just stamp on the old in order to bring about the new, right? It's kind of like revolutionary thinking. And again, if you look at Christ, the way he approaches tradition is also very interesting, and this is connected to the rules as well, which is, for example, how you justify certain actions and certain worldviews based on the cultural system that you're inheriting, right? So, for example, the Jewish tradition, right, has certain stories, right, that have been passed down. For example, everything from the Old Testament, like some of them really old stories, right? And for example, you see Christ, where a lot of times he's talking to people, like to priests, for example, right? And what the priests want is that they want to defend their position, right, which is often not a very nice position, right? That it might be a little bit oppressive or not forgiving or overly strict or whatever, right? And they justify it based on the tradition, right? Based on the past. And then what's funny is that Christ then isn't coming along and he's saying, no, all those stories are irrelevant, right? Let's just scrape it, right? But he's also not saying, so he's not doing that. He doesn't have this kind of like cultural revolution type intention. But he's also not just like, in the Old Testament it says this, therefore, yeah, let's do this, right? What he's doing is that he always enters this hermeneutic game, right? Where the priest says, no, but what you're saying can't work because of this passage, right? And what Christ does is like, but what about this passage, right? So like he's still using tradition, but he's reconfiguring it, right? He's changing the emphasis of like, why are you focusing on that and why not on that, right? So it's this notion of we have the same past, we have the same stories, we have the same culture, right? But then what are you? How are you going to use that, right? Like what you choose has your interpretation. What you choose as what to emphasize, right? And if the priest says, this passage, which seems to justify this very strict outcome, right? part of Christ's answer, sometimes a bit implicitly, is like, why that? Right? But he doesn't go outside the bounds of tradition, right? He's using the very tradition to make a different case, a more powerful case, right? So that is one thing, which is already very interesting. And then there's another thing, which is also, I think, part of what he's trying to say as well is that not only there is a multiplicity of interpretation that we can use, that that there's a variety of ways that we can use the past, but also some are more valid than others based on the directionality of that past, right? Uh, um, so I think one way to think about it is, what is the overall message that we can take from the entire corpus of our tradition, which then might allow us to to reduce ambiguity, or to reduce uncertainty, or to reduce this chaotic multiplicity of interpretation, right? And I think a lot of times what he's doing is like, our tradition is overall pointing in this direction, right? And therefore, when there's competing frameworks within our tradition, we need to pick the one that best fits the directionality of that tradition, right? And then what's super interesting is that after Christ, this is exactly how many of the church fathers were interpreting the scriptures themselves, right? So like the pattern that Christ was using was then what the early church was using as well to interpret the new scripture based on Christ, which is like, for example, if there was different, so like there's some church fathers that say, if there's different ways of struggling with the text, or if there's different, or if something seems hard to make sense of, right, what they're saying is that the interpretation needs to be aligned with Christ, right? So like Christ is the interpretive lens that allows you to decide what is the most true interpretation, right? So it's always this like hermeneutic guide that's always forward, right? That is pulling the past along towards a particular direction, right? And I think this is also related to rules, right? Because once again, it's kind of like this. You have, well, again, yeah, all these connections. Maybe I'm forcing the connection too much, but again, it comes down to this notion of hierarchy, right? That's which is higher, and how do you make that? How do you make sense of that, right? So, for example, we take a Bible today, right? We have a certain problem, and then we can ask, what would the Bible say about this, right? Loosely speaking, right? Obviously, a lot of secular people would reject even the very needs to console, but whatever. That's a problem aside, right? But we can view it as just an interpretive thing, right? Like a hermeneutic thing, right? Which is like, how would this look like under this thing, right? Which we already do all the time, right? Like if I'm uncertain, right, I might put myself in the position of something, right? So, like, for example, if I'm having a debate with my girlfriend or something, right? I'm like, how would this look like according to a friend? How would this look like according to my mother, to her mother, to whatever, right? So it's this stepping side according to a certain standard, right? And obviously, if you live, if you make, if culture has collectively decided that this is the best perspective to take on things, because that's what religion is, right? It's ultimately a whole holistic cultural framework of the best of what people have deemed the best perspective, right? Like how we should look at the world. Then obviously that naturally becomes a lens which you're naturally drawn to, right? So that is the whole justification for, at the very least, the bare minimum reasonableness of undergoing that hermeneutic project. So anyway, let's go. You go through the Bible, right? And then there's multiple things, right? Like there's multiple perspectives. Like one says this is awful, another says this needs to be forgiven, right? For example, very very common basic position that you might end up with, right? So again, we can kind of think it through, right? Which is like, through this perspective that I mentioned, like, okay, which one of these is better aligned with the overall direction of the very meaning of the lens that we're using, right? And so, for example, is this, which one is closer to Christ, right? And it's funny because then you're pointing to Christ, right? And then how did Christ did it? By the same token, right? Christ was like, okay, there's multiple interpretations, but which one overall seems the most indicated through our tradition, right? It's kind of like, yeah, you can argue for this passage, but I can also argue for this passage, and mine seems a lot better, right? Isn't that a better representation of our God, right? In kind of the typical terms that were used at the time. And part of what I was trying to go with this is that I think there's always this temporal dimension to this, right? But it's kind of like there's I'm struggling really to articulate this, but the way that I'm picturing in my head is that there's always a seed in the past which reveals the best directionality of the future. Or seen the other way around, like that the future is guiding the past towards this. I don't know. Like I understand this sounds very stupid, overly mystic, and very vague, and it sounds kind of insane. But yeah, I'm just thinking through it. So like, take it with a grain of salt, I suppose. But yeah, and because of this relation, I think maybe another idea is this the extremes, right? Of this notion of temporality, which is if you go to the past, if you extend that, right, then it's kind of like there's this origin point, right? Which is why like origin stories are so foundational for cultures, right? It's kind of like this is what happened in the very beginning, right? And also it ties to this notion of eschatology, which is also like, okay, if there's a direction to where things are going, right? If there's this thread of history that we can that is being aligned somehow, or that we can help the line, or something like some kind of directionality, right? Then you can posit, an ultimate end to that, right? And if you have that, and then if you do these two abstractions, and then you step out, then you have a whole cosmology, right? In this very traditional religious sense, right? Which is like, this is the very beginning of things, and this is the very end of things, right? And then you have this like framework of history, right? This mythological history, that it is myth in this orienting sense, right? Not in the sense of like falsehood or anything, right? But in the sense of like, this is what history means, and this is how we participate in that unfolding history. Now, to some degree, this is very, religious and not necessarily tied to Heidegger. But on one sense, it also is, because again, it's this notion of the past, right? Of tradition, right? Of appropriating what we have been given, but also towards towards a purpose, right? Right. Wait, let me phrase that better. Appropriate what we've been given. Do not outright reject what we've been given just for the sake that we've been given it. But at the same time, that it needs to be used for the most productive, most helpful, most towards the highest good, right? But then that invites the question. It's like, what kind of standard are we using in order to make that judgment, right? So anyway, yeah, that was a long detour, but these kind of examples of tradition using different stories, different competing interpretations, that had been on my minds from a few, kind of like me just speaking through this notion of culture and tradition in a Heideggerian lens. So I just wanted to speak it out loud and get it on the record. But yeah, so let's do another passage now. No matter how keenly we just look at the outward appearance of things, constituted in one way or another, we cannot discover handiness. When we just look at things theoretically, we lack understanding of handiness. But a dealing which makes use of things is not blind. It has its own way of seeing which guides our operations and gives them specific certainty. Our dealing with useful things are subordinate to the manifolds of references which the in order to. The kind of seeing of this accommodation of things, of this accommodation to things, is called circumspection, umsearch, or something. Practical behavior is not a-theoretical, in the sense of a lack of seeing. The difference between it and theoretical behavior lies not only in the fact that in one case we observe and the other instance we act, and that the action must apply theoretical cognition if it is not to remain blind. Rather, observation is a kind of taking care, just as primordially has action in its own kind of seeing. Theoretical behavior is just looking non-circumspectly. Non-circumspectly. Because of this, looking is not without rules. Its canon takes shape in method. That which is handy is not grasped theoretically at all, nor is in itself initially a circumspective theme for circumspection. What is peculiar to what is initially at hand is that which withdraws, so to speak, in its character of handiness in order to be really handy. What everyday dealings are initially busy with is not tools themselves. My intonation here is so bad, but whatever. Bear with me. I'm just getting tired at this point. What is to be produced in each case is what is primarily taken care of, and is also what is at hand. The work bears the totality of references in which useful things are encountered. Oof. Okay. I think this is just stuff we already mentioned in terms of engagement with the world, in terms of this theoretical perspective, these abstractions, the totality of things, relationality. I think nothing is particularly new. So I think this is a good place to end. Again, we didn't quite reach the 90 mark, but also Being in Time is a heavy book. So like maybe I was overly optimistic of always trying to reach an hour and a half. But I think this was quite productive. So yeah, see you next time.